Yes, Afrique 24 political discussion, and of course, it's 2 minutes past midnight here in Nairobi, Kenya. I know those who are following the conversation from abroad, the likes of Mzalendo. Mzalendo, I know you have escaped this conversation because you knew I will ask you about what is Arsenal doing in the English Premier League and how is this performance affecting you as a fan. But of course, we're going to have this political discussion for the next few hours as we discuss some of the top stories all over the country. And don't forget how Raila has betrayed the top members, the likes of loyal followers who have been making sure that the ODM is firm for the last 10 or 20 years. Where are you joining this conversation from? And of course, you have seen how Gachagua is cruising very nicely when it comes to pressuring the government to perform, to give its surface to the citizens. What is happening is that Kenya is fighting hard so that it can also feature in the developed country. But again, President is saying that he has the best options that he will transform this country. But still, we have not seen any kind of development. Mouth to hire. Junet Mohammed and other members of Azimio, you know, the likes of Joe, Badi, they have been also supporting the government after they were involved in the cabinet. That is after this Gen Z protest, whereby they just went and said that they want to get new changes. That is when we got that is Ali Hassan Joe, Bandi, and also Oparanya in the broad-based government. And this broad-based government, Kenyans are saying that it is the one that really affected Kenyans because they say that if it were not for this, the broad-based, then now they would be having a new president. I wonder how would they do if they just continued with the mandamano. Does it mean that they would have removed the president from the seat? But we have seen a lot of commentators saying that maybe 2027 we might get a new president. 2027 things might change. What are your thoughts about this? Do you think that 2027 we are having a first term a president whereby William Ruto will serve for the first term only, despite the other president you have seen, Kenyatta, that is Uhuru Kenyatta served for 2 terms, Mwai Kibaki, and also Daniel Toroitich arap Moi served for 24 years. We are following the conversation. If you're following us here for the first time, remember this is Africa 24. Where are you following? You can join through the link that I've shared there, Facebook, and also Instagram and also YouTube. You subscribe to Afrique 24. Well, as usual, you know that after Gachagua was impeached, now we are having his pressure, and of course, you know he is our main headline whenever we have the show.
Ni mzuri tueleze kwa sababu ile mpango ilikuwa pale ni ya kuua mimi. Kwa sababu ile kijana moja alikuja na ile chuma alikuwa ananitafuta. Akagonga kijana moja ambaye alinizuilia. Na hiyo chuma ingenigonga singetoka hapo. Na tumekuja kujua ilikuwa ni mpango ya serikali. Watafute vijana wa Kikuyu. Wawatume waue Rigathi Gachagua, alafu wawashike, wapeleke kotini, waseme ni Mkikuyu ameua nani? Ni njia tu ya kutupiganisha. Hapo walikuwa wamepanga mikutano yote nikienda, wanatafuta vijana wa Kikuyu wale hawana kazi, wanapewa pesa, wanakuja wanafuruga mkutano, alafu vijana wetu wanapigana na hawa, alafu sasa rais na watu yake wanacheka pale, wanasema hii ni Wakikuyu wanafanya nini? Sisi tungetaka tuseme, tafadhali, hii jamii iheshimiwe. Sisi tulikupatia kura ukakuwa rais. Hata kama hutaki kutufanyia kazi, hata kama hutaki kutusaidia, wacha kupiganisha watu wetu. Wachana na sisi tukae vile tuko. Na mimi nataka kuomba vijana wetu, tafadhali, msitumike kupiga ndugu yako. Msitumike kupiga dada yako. Mimi najua hamuna kazi, ni kweli, lakini msipewe pesa kwenda kutoa fujo. Na hii maneno yote tunaelewa ile naendelea ni ya kupiganisha hii jamii. Wamepiganisha viongozi, sasa walikuwa wanataka kupiganisha vijana. Kwa hivyo tujihadhari, tusitumiwe vibaya. And I would like to ask the Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja. He's a man from here, ni mtu hapa nyumbani. Wewe unajua hao watu walitupiga. Picha zao ziko. Most of them have criminal records. Why are you not arresting them and taking them to court? We know of course because walipangwa na serikali. Lakini siku moja Bwana Kanja utajibu hiyo swali. One day. These people who attacked innocent people, wakatuumiza, wakaumiza wananchi, wanazurula kila pahali na wanajulikana. Alafu mnakuja kushika Karongo Dhangwa, Peter Mwathi, watu ambaye hawahusiki, wale walipigwa na wale waliwapiga wanaendelea kutembea. And we know ilikuwa ni mpango ati mtumie Wakikuyu kupiga Wakikuyu, ndio rais na watu yake pale wacheke kusema hii ni Wakikuyu wanapigana. This community has been misused and it's okay. But let me say this because I have seen a lot of analysts, a lot of commentators trying to come up with many theories about the people of this region called Mount Kenya. Let me help you.
Yes, that is Rigathi Gachagua when he was speaking. And after that, you have seen how the Mount Kenya has started campaigning for 2027. But still, they have not given us one of the leaders because you see, the fight for the mountain is still arising. You have seen Didi Nyoro. You have seen other members of the mountain also trying to say that they are going to feature in 2027. But also, there is some of Kenyans who are pushing hard for Didi Nyoro. Others are pushing for Keti Waruguru. Others are pushing for Mutai Kahiga. You know, a lot of speculations, but who will be the kingpin of the mountain? Kimani Chungwa, of course, after he joined the government, you know, he is one of the loyal and close friends to the president. Kikuyus have been saying that he betrayed the Kikuyu nation because he did not give them the support. He is not representing the region. You remember the members of county assembly who were saying that they are going to impeach Gachagua because they believe they have not accessed the president or the government for the last 3 years. So if they now impeach Gachagua, then Kidhuru Kindiki, then he will be the next person to give them that support. But now Kidhuru Kindiki is there, but you are seeing a lot of issue being raised. Does it mean that now, as we speak, Kidhuru Kindiki has been giving allegiance to the president and also the government? Now they are safe because they said he is the perfect person who can give the president grievances from the mountain. Where are you falling from, my good friend? I can see Vincent is saying that very shortly is going to join the conversation, but I'm very sure you will be with us here as we discuss some of the news. But I know Mzalendo is there, but Mzalendo, he does not want me to ask that question because he knows that they have been humiliated by Aston Villa at home. That is why he is hiding. But continue hiding. Continue hiding, Mzalendo. You have been defeated by Aston Villa at Villa Park, at Emirates Stadium. So we have seen how the president has been nominating some of the cabinet secretaries. I saw William Kabogo. William Kabogo was nominated in the cabinet secretary, and also you have seen how Lee Kinyanjui, you have also seen Mutai Kagwe, and you know Kenyans are saying that Mutai Kagwe is one of the members of leaders who really contributed to that scandal of 2020. Because Kenyans are now saying that there was no COVID-19. There was no COVID-19. I really don't know this, but they are saying that there was no COVID-19. So Mutahi Kagwe now is a cabinet secretary. You're seeing Lee Kinyanjui, William Kabogo. This was after the meeting that was held when Uhuru Kenyatta and the president met. That is what they are saying. This meeting brought together these leaders. But again, does it mean that you remember the time during the 2022 political campaigns whereby they were saying you should not support anyone who has not been supporting you? That is what they were saying during these campaigns. But now we are having a lot of broad-based government being formed in counties, in the national government, because you see some of the counties are now fighting hard to get that representative, to get that recognition by the central government. But you know, the mountain has still been fighting. When you go to the Lake region, they are saying, some of the Luo people are saying that Junet Mohammed has been betraying the region. Also are saying, others are saying Raila Amolo Odinga is the betrayer, because if it was not for him joining the government, sending John Badi, sending Wycliffe Oparanya and other leaders to join the government, then it was not meant to be. Gathana Mushomba, she's one of the loyal, active members of the People's Deputy President. You know, she always calls Gachagua the People's Deputy President. She's one of the members who has been fighting hard, making sure this government will get that line of serving Kenyans without discrimination.
Huko tumesema hatutaki hiyo maneno. Sisi tunataka tupatiwe chakula ya rais, chumvi ya rais, tupatiwe mangunia ya heshima, tupatiwe ndoo za maziwa, kula za maziwa, tulime maziwa. Hiyo maneno ya kupatiwa chanjo kutoka sijui nchi zingine zikuja zituharibie livestock zetu, sisi tumekataa. Nyinyi mko na nini na ng'ombe huku? Mko na mbuzi? Hata puda nimeona zinyingi kwa barabara. Mnataka zipatiwe hiyo chanjo? Hebu niambieni, mnataka chanjo? Hata nyinyi mmekataa? Basi jipigieni makofi, nyinyi ni watu wazuri. Your Excellency, my Deputy President, the second Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Bwana Rigathi Gachagua. Nilikuwa nimefika hapa kwa constituency nyingine na hapa chini. Kwa hivyo hapa Makueni mimi si mgeni. Na nikaambia hao majamaa wetu hawa wa Ukambani, sijui kwa nini wanaendanga bahari kupiga watu wakati wa kupiga kura. Sijui ni kwa nini wanadanganywa. Wanaenda wanatuacha kwa hii mlima. Sisi kwetu ni pale kwa ile mlima. Si kwetu ni Nova. Kwetu Nova. Wanatuacha hapa. Wanaenda wanadanganywa mpaka kule kwa Lake Victoria. Walifanya hivyo 2013 wakadanganywa. 2022 wakadanganywa. Sasa mtakuwa watu wa kudanganywa kila wakati na mnatuataga hapa. Sasa tumeamua 2027 akiangai hamutadanganywa. Ni ukweli ama si ukweli? Wangapi wanasema ni ukweli, hamutadanganywa tena? 2027 sisi tunataka tuungane, tufanye timu moja, goal moja, na lazima tutascore. Gathoni wa Mushoba akiwa hapo, Karongo wa Dhangwa akiwa hapo, Rigathi wa Gachagua akiwa hapo, Mseneta Maanzo akiwa hapo, tutasonga na tutaingiza goal, na tutaacha hao watu wanatuita mapepo washindwe na mapepo yao katika jina la Yesu. Niwaulize swali. Ni vibaya tukiungana Wakamba na Wakikuyu? Ni vibaya mkiingia katika Gema Association? Ni vibaya tukisukuma mmoja wenyu hata yeye aingie State House aonje chai ya State House? Mtatusaidia, tusaidiane. Mtatuweka huko ndani kwa hiyo mpangilio. Wangapi wangetaka tuende timu moja?
Na kuna watu hapa.
That is Gathoni Mushomba when she was talking to press, and she was saying that the mountain is now calling the Kamba community to come together so that they can join and form a party for 2027 so that they can also show support. She is also complaining about the mountain being neglected by the eastern region, the Kamba region, the 3 counties of Kambani. But you know how Kalonzo Musyoka, who has been the kingpin of Kambani for a long time, he has been making sure that he represents the Kamba community, because you remember 2007, 2002, he was in the government. But what has he done? Because you remember the Kibwezi Kitui Road, it was just started the other day by the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. The Kamba community, they have not been strong with their decision. That is why they have not still gotten that top political seat. But you see how the Uda government, they tried for the first time and they won this political seat. And now we're having the president, William Ruto, as the head of state. But with all that experience, the Kamba community, they have not gotten that chance to be the president. Who do you think is the best president for the Republic of Kenya? Or by 2027, who do you think Kenyans will go for when it comes to the voting, when it comes to the ballot? Because a lot of speculation, some of the leaders are saying that they are going to vote for their region. You've seen how the top members, the likes of Matiang'i, the likes of Wanjakoya atakuwa pale. Hiyo nauliza mzalendo peke yake. Wanjakoya atakuwa pale. You see, mzalendo Wanjakoya atakuwa kwa ballot 2027.
Good evening. Good evening, Bonnie, and all our viewers. Can you hear me now?
Yes, na mbona umevaa kofia ya askari?
Because tuko kwa vita.
Mzalendo, do you know that, just to ask you, do you know that the Premier League has entered into the week of week 20?
I care the less about the Premier League at this particular moment. I care about the people who are being killed in Kenya and those who are being abducted. That is the most important thing to talk about at this particular moment. I don't care about Arsenal and the Chelsea Premier League. What we need to care is about our country and the way it's moving very, very fast and towards the wrong direction. So that is what we need to really focus on at this particular moment, especially when there is a lot of confusion in the opposition politics, and nobody seems to be giving the clear direction. The young people called the Gen Zs showed us the way things should be done, and you've seen the political class right now coming to back the young people. So young people across the country need to rise up to the occasion and do the right thing. You need not just to sit there, just as the former president said. You need not to sit there and just wait for things to happen. This is your country. You need to stand up. When you see the political class getting up every day and rewarding themselves seats, then it tells you that there is something wrong, and we need to work. We need to work very, very hard as now the alternative government, the people in the opposition. We are now the alternative government. I like what most leaders have said. I like what the Secretary General of ODM said, that yes, my party leader, I will leave the party and leave it to you as I found it. So those calls are indeed very, very serious. And people are starting to see the light, that we have a greater country called Kenya, and the political class cannot rule over our life forever. We are their employers. So when you give somebody a job and they don't do it properly, then the next thing is either you terminate their contract or you tell them to leave. So in 2027, we hope that Kenyans will put their act together and put the right people in leadership in Kenya. Not only the presidency, but everybody else in the 13th parliament needs to go home. Yes.
Everyone needs to go home in the 13th parliament, but you see how some of the leaders are working hard to make sure that they get back in 2027. Do you think that president can be the only president to serve for 5 years?
It doesn't really matter. We have seen Joe Biden is a president who served for only one term and is going home. So it doesn't really matter whether you served for 5 years. But at the end of the day, it is like an exam. The people who are marking your exam are the people of Kenya. You bring them the report card after 5 years, and they analyze that whatever you had said, have you really implemented it? So that is what people are saying. As the President of the Republic of Kenya implemented his manifesto to the latter. So it is not like we are bargaining for it. It's not a negotiating point of view. It is not like tunabembeleza na Kiswahili sanifu, hatubembelezi chochote. We are asking for accountability, transparency, and equity. When the president is distributing jobs among the political class, that is his work. That is what his role is supposed to be. It's not a favor like the way politicians from other regions are seeing it. It is not a favor. The president is just doing the right thing. When he's doing the right thing, distributing jobs in every community, he's just doing his role. It's not a favor that he's doing for you. So don't turn it as a favor. Yeah.
Zalando, you have seen how Raila Odinga has dipped into this government during this finance bill protest, during the Gen Z protest. Now, the Gen Z are saying that if it was not for Raila Odinga to get into the government by forming the broad-based government, then they would have really evicted the state house, and now they could have been saying that they have conquered the entire nation. Now having a new president in town, recognized and appointed by Gen Z. Do you think that Raila get into the government by appointing those top leaders in the ODM really affected the Gen Z movement?
Yeah, it killed their morale. It killed their idea. It killed the movement. Although the spirit is not dead, he only slowed down the Gen Z's movement for a while. But the spirit is still burning among these young people. When you talk to the young people, they really want change. It is not like they are begging for it. They really want change. They know that the only alternative they have is the ballot. So I believe wherever they are, if you go to the spaces that they talk, they are waiting for an opportunity to strike, and that would be most likely in 2027. Although I've seen political leaders like Kalonzo Musyoka calling for a mother of all demonstrations. So I hope that there are issues in this demonstration. So let us also not just demonstrate for the sake of demonstrating, but let us demonstrate with a purpose, and the purpose must be driven by these abductions and killings that have been going on. To say today, you saw in the funeral of the human rights lawyer, who passed on. May her soul rest in peace. Every other speaker who came on that podium said that she was a fighter, she was a defender of human rights. And even the international community are now voicing their concerns on the Kenyan situation. So this issue has sparked a lot. So we need to keep on talking until the government acts. When there was a lot of pressure, you saw Kibet Bull and the rest being released. All these abductions, we have put a lot of pressure in the media, in the social platform, so that the government of President William can act. Yeah. And I see the situation spiraling into other regions within East Africa. Uganda are now putting their act together. The young people are really coming up, and Tanzania too. So this thing is going to be big. It's going to be huger than any other politician is thinking about. This thing is going to be huger than what we saw when the Gen Zs first demonstrated. If they can get their act together in East Africa, then I can tell you that this is going to be one of the most one of the best revolutions that has ever happened in Africa. And we want something peaceful. We want something that the young people are voicing their concern and telling the government to act. We don't. We the mistake the politician is doing is that they think that the people who are pushing for change are pushing for William Ruto to be kicked out of office unconstitutionally. So all this, whatever is happening in Kenya right now, are all within the constitutional means. Nobody is taking a gun going to the street to topple the any government, as eluded by some political class. But people are just expressing their rights. That it is time that we change a few things that are happening in the country.
Gen Z, they thought that Kasmuel Makore will be their leader, but after some time, Kasmuel Makore was absorbed by the Kenya Kwanza government. Now he's there supporting the government, but he's one of the youth who were so eloquent during the Gen Z protest. Now, who can be the leader of the Gen Z? Because you're saying that maybe this one can just come back the other day.
I'm not a Gen Z at this moment. The way the brain of a Gen Z works is quite different from what I think about. So for me, is the things that will resonate well with them is what I will support. In terms of leadership, in terms of what they look for in a leader, that is up to them and their organization to choose who they want. If they want Morara Kibasu, if they want Okiam Tata, if they want to support Kalonzo Musyoka, there are so many politicians who are out there who can be leaders. And by the fact that Gen Zs are in this movement, they are not asking to elect a Gen Z leader. That is why we are getting it all wrong. Let the candidate who is going to represent them be elected democratically and represent the Gen Z movement. If that can be done, then well and good. For us, we will keep on giving them the moral support that they need to ensure that there is some kind of organization. Because one, I have got one vote, and probably my family members, my children, who are going to vote. So I can tell them to vote in a particular direction. But people have got their mind, they have got their own philosophy and ideologies of what they believe in.
Yes, that is Mzalendo saying that people have got their own philosophies and how they deal with things. And maybe we are going to see a leader in 2027 from the Gen Z, because every weekend you will see them having a social media meeting around the social media platforms. You'll see them trying to talk, trying to say they want equal distribution of resources. They want a country whereby insecurity cases to be stopped. But currently, the main issue is this abduction that are happening in this country, whereby the Gen Z are saying that they are the most affected by these abductions. In whose hands are we safe? Alex, karibu sana.
Good evening, Bonnie. How are you? So,
Good evening, Alex. Yes.
yeah. So, pardon the question.
You have seen how the Gen Z are struggling out here, calling for meetings in the social media platforms. But after the Kasmuel Makore was absorbed by the government, now they still don't have any leader who can represent them come 2027. Who do you think can be the leader of the Gen Z? Morara Kebaso or any other leader?
For me, Bonnie, right now I don't think the issues which are facing this country, it's a Gen Z thing. Right now, generation zote, because our issues cut across and zina to affect like all of us. So the youth will vote for somebody who upholds the integrity. So and in 2027 election, Bonnie, there are many leaders who can do a better job than this regime that we have. Because if Matakarua gets the presidency, she will serve well. If Okio Mtata wins the presidency, he will do better than this regime. If Kalonzo Musyoka gets the presidency, he will do well. If Matiang'i gets the presidency, he is a performer. So there are quite a number of options. So, but the best option is just to remove this regime. Anyone can do a better job than this regime. Right now, even I think the ousted deputy president Rigathi Gachagua can deliver better than this regime. So the youth will vote for anyone whom they feel can uphold integrity. That's the plan. But right now, it's not a Gen Z thing. Right now, it's a Kenyan thing. Generation Zote. Thank you. I see you awesome in the comment section. Welcome back.
Pres- the president is making sure that 2027 is going to win. You go to the Lake region, he has absorbed Gladys Wanga, governor for Homa Bay. You have seen how Junet Mohammed is also trying to say he will support the government 2027. You see how John Buddy, you see how Alias and Joe, top members, I think top members. Do you think that the president can allow anyone to win this election in 2027? But you can see how technical he is working so that he can control the number of votes when it comes to 2027 general election.
So which is your question?
Are we together? That is what
Your
Zalero, are we
internet is
together?
your internet, Bonnie, is breaking a bit, so I didn't get the question.
What you're asking is whether William Ruto will win in 2027. Maybe I can take back I can throw back the question to you. Do you think that William Ruto is popular? Bonnie, do you think William Ruto is popular from where you are?
Yes, yes. From my point of view, I think the president is popular because he has already conquered the Lake region. He has already conquered some parts of Kikuyus, of course, the mountain, because the likes of Didi Nyoro, the likes of Kimani Chungwa, they are still in the government, but now you cannot even know. So you go to Kambani, you see how he has conquered some of the regions. You go to northeastern Kenya, I think 90% of Kenyans some of them are going to vote for Ruto. But when you go to the ground, then they'll tell you that they don't like the government. I think 2027 will be a walkover for the president because he is very firm when it comes to making
Now,
decisions.
let me. I think Awesome is try is has a point there. Has a point, and I said this yesterday. Awesome. The thing is that William Ruto has outsmarted the opposition politician. He has played like the game of chess to ODM. ODM is now one of the most confused political movement and with William Ruto's game. Why am I alluding to that? You see, it was very difficult for William Ruto to crack ODM with Raila being present. So what did he do? He ensured that he convinced Baba to run for AUC. This seat is a seat that the president is the one who recommends a candidate. He has to be supported by by the president of that particular country. So Baba is running for AUC, is being funded by taxpayers under William Ruto, and he really wants him to win that particular seat. Now, what happens to his voting block? Now, as you've seen in most of the social media platforms that you are in, members of Baba's voting bloc are already warming up to join UDA or to join Ruto or to support Ruto for 2027. And for one reason that Baba is going to AUC. That is the only reason why they are supporting William Ruto. Now, should Baba fail to get the seat in AUC, that is a story for another day. We don't know what will happen, whether he will still run for the presidency or he will be part of the coalition government. But all indicators are indicating that the voting bloc of ODM is going to vote for William Ruto in 2027. And should the election have been held tonight, then they would all vote for William Ruto, apart from a few uh, who are already not buying into this ideology. I don't think people like Sufuna will last very long in ODM. I have no, I have got a lot of respect for Babu Owino and Sifuna's opinion, but I don't see them lasting for long within the party because the constituency that they want to represent is very cosmopolitan. And cosmopolitan mean, but they are in a constituency that are urbanites. And most of the Gen Zs reside in these urban areas. So they are looking at their political future in a very different way. They are likely to vie for positions either through various political parties, other political parties, or as independent. Yeah.
Yes, how Raila will
Wacha
win the
wacha
AUC at
nisalimie Laban Masiani, habari ya mwaka mpya ndugu yangu, nashukuru. Osa pia wewe nashukuru habari. Gideon Kipto Ruto Lungat, asante sana. Ruto atashinda. Hiyo ni maoni yako, tutajua huko mbele.
that is a comment section, but of course you have seen how the agency are pushing hard. But now, this country, does it mean that we have been having president who range from 50 years to 70 years? Do you think that Morara Kabas, who is 22 years old, can change the situation of this country, can work with this country until we move up to even third world to developed country?
You know, I don't know who to go first. Alex, you can try that one.
I see, Bonnie. One thing with Morara is we we are yet to see so much from him. There's
Alex,
room for
come
improvement.
closer to the mic. You are a bit far.
I'm saying Morara Kebaso, he's still not yet somehow politically mature. So if he's not ready to lead this country, and he still doesn't have the enough numbers to be able to clinch the seat, because if you look at people like, let's say, some political households in the country, like, let's say, Baba or even Ruto, they have MPs, they have MCAs in certain areas. Let's say, for example, Baba has MPs and MCAs who can campaign for him in the Western region. See, Morara is just famous on the internet, and if you go to the ground huko hata mashinani, people don't know who Morara is. So Morara has to improve himself. Not just being famous on the internet is not enough to get you the presidency seat. And I think there is room for improvement for him. He has 10 years to prepare himself and become politically mature to be able to lead the nation. Because even if right now we take his supporters and ask them, Nini, what has Morara shown for us to be able to say he's the right guy for the job? They will not tell you anything apart from us seeing the Vampire Diaries, where he has been exposing the projects of President William Ruto. But I believe there's room for improvement. He can take time. He needs to go under the wing of somebody like, let's say, Okiom Tata, and he needs to learn a lot for him to be able to vie for the presidency seat. So he is still not yet there. We need somebody who is experienced to be able to lead this country. Thank you.
We need experience, but experience has been there since Mwai Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta, now the Gen Z. But now, 2027, we are going to see who will be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. But we have those small champion who want to join the government. Loyal friends of Rigathi Gachagua are still fighting hard to get into the government, and they want to represent in 2027 general elections. A case where you see these leaders now fighting hard to join the government. It shows they have been tired by how the government is handling situation in this country. Mzalendo, I'm very sure you are just close to your mic. Mzalendo, what is your take about the government?
What about who?
What is your take about the government? Is the government heading in the right direction or wrong direction from the last 3 years that we have? Do you think that we're heading in the right direction or in the wrong direction? And why?
I've told you that it's an exam, and William Ruto's report card has been marked for the last 2 years. Yeah, and in the last 2 years, he has not scored so well among the people of Kenya. So, what am I going to do with William Ruto in 2025? We want to see the kind of implementations that is going to do. Popularity is about enthusiasm. How is William Ruto going to excite the general population to vote for him in 2027? Is there any excitement that William Ruto is going to be the president to have a second term in 2027? So elections are about excitement, and right now there is very low expectations on his presidency. So that is why, if you ask me, and you read the papers every day, you read the comments every other time, you read the voting block that is inheriting right now, the voting bloc, just like Laban Misiani is saying that they will support William Ruto only if Baba wins AUC. So these are confused lot of people. Yeah, very, very confused. They are pegging it to Baba's victory on AUC. But again, it would be too late to turn to the people of Kenya to vote for that particular party on those simple grounds. You know, there is something called consistency. Consistency in lying, what does it yield? Consistency in saying the truth. What do you become when you are consistently saying the truth to the people? Now, if these abductions continue until 2027, tell me who is this person with its sane mind who is going to vote for a government that is abducting and killing its own people?
But you see Kenyans, but you see Muzalendo, you see Kenyans, eh? You see Kenyans are very cunning. Kenyans are very different. They will just wake up and go and support the Kenya Kwanza government. But when you consider the politics of this country and our neighbors there, Tanzania, Uganda, then you witness a very big difference that really can affect this country. But in the comment section, I can see Labani Misiani. He is one of the loyal friends there. Gideon Kipto, karibu sana. Awesome, karibu sana. We have missed you this year, 2025. Where have you been? Welcome back to Africa 24. If you're following us here for the first time, remember to subscribe, to like, comment, and share our live through the YouTube link that is attached in the Africa 24 social media platforms, Africa 24. But again, as we move on, Mzalendo, you have seen how currently we are getting new members who are going to vie for 2027 general elections. Do you believe that as a country we need this kind of leaders, or we shall just go back to where we used to be? Because the same leaders who have been in the Senate, governor, they are going to be the president in 2027.
I have told you we don't have a parliament. We don't have a parliament, and we have a senate that barely is functioning. So if you are looking at leaders among the political class that we have, then I can tell you that my answer is no. We don't have the right mindset to elect this leader. If my vote will count, then my vote is not for William Ruto at this particular moment. He has to do a lot of things. He has a lot of restitutions to do. Now, for somebody like Laban Misiani, I mean, the only thing I can tell you is that you are on the other side in 2027, and you are still stuck on that side of ODM. When I told you William Ruto is winning the elections, you did not believe, and he won, because elections is about numbers in Kenya. And the same numbers that he used, the same numbers that is going to be used against him. If we go towards the tribal scorecard that William Ruto is dismantling at the moment, then you realize that most likely regions like Western, if Western gets its act together, and that is what the government is fearing. The Central already have got their act together. They are going to vote for anything outside William Ruto. But if Western get their act together and they pull a good number, then William Ruto is definitely going home. That one I can assure you. But as long as they don't get their acts together, then you'll find William Ruto still able to penetrate and come back. So in this election that is coming, there are two regions that are so important in the politics. That is Western and Central Kenya. And that is why the government is using a lot of resources in Nyanza and in Western region and Central Province. They have introduced Maina Njenga maybe to tilt the scale. So William Ruto knows Central is already gone. It's a slippery mountain that you can't climb once they are not with you. So what does he do? He's looking for somebody called Maina Njenga. Maina Njenga is also another loser in each and every election he has participated in. In Laikipia, he lost as the MP, he lost as the senator. So we don't see him winning the minds and the hearts of central Kenyan people. Now remember, there is also another voting bloc called the Gen Zs. Now, somebody needs to convince me in this panel that the young generation that have been abducted and killed are still going to vote for William Ruto. Somebody needs to really convince me.
Yes, Mzalendo is saying that he want to be convinced if the Gen Z are going to vote for William Ruto in 2027. Jared Joram, karibu sana Freak 24. Na tuambie, what is your view about the direction that the country is heading? Are we going the right direction or wrong direction, and why? Because the Gen Z, every Kenyan is still crying after the high cost of living, insecurity cases, a lot of things. Do you think that we are in the same direction, in the same direction? Jared, are you there?
Jared Wangira.
Jared amepotea. Of course, this country needs someone who will serve these citizens diligently. In 2027, you have seen Wajakoya, William Ruto, you have seen also Martha Karua. Those are some of the members who want to join the race for this 2027 general election. But as you can see, there is another guy, Fred Matiang'i. Matiang'i might come together with Kalonzo. Alex, do you think that Matiang'i can come together with Kalonzo for 2027 so that they can clinch the presidential seat?
I don't think Matiang'i can come together with Kalonzo because right now Kalonzo is together with Rigathi. Kalonzo is trying to climb Mount Kenya, so I don't think Matiang'i can allow to deputize for Kalonzo. Both of them want the presidency. That's why it's very difficult even for Kalonzo and Matakarwa to form an alliance because they both want the seat, and right now they're not supporting Baba like they have supported before. Right now, both of them want to get the seat, and I said before, if either of them gets the seat, they will do better than this regime. So in 2027, I'll be happy to see anyone get the presidency apart from this regime under William Ruto, because I'm certain they will do better. Because whenever I see Matakarua, I see a leader of integrity, even though some people here in the comment section will raise eyebrows like awesome.
That is Alex. Laban Mesiani, Mr. Boni Matiang'i will not vie even MCA seat. But you don't know why he's saying this and he has not told you. How do you know that he will not vie? Matiang'i might be there, and you know Kenya's belief in Matiang'i. You saw what he did in 2016 during the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education. I really think that in 2016, that is the time when we had a free, fair Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education. But now, you have seen what happened last year during the release of the KCSA. Kalonzo Matiang'i unity will be a joke of the year. Is it true, Mzalendo?
Kalonzo, anyway, for the sake of having a discussion, then I think what people need to understand is one, um, Kenya Kwanza government is okay with Matiang'i being on the ballot. It is okay with Kalonzo on the ballot. It is okay with Morara Kibasu on the ballot. And the reason why they are okay with all these fellows on the ballot is because William Ruto already has got his voting bloc, which is the Rift Valley. Then he inherits another sycophantic base of Raila Odinga, which is in Nyanza and some parts of the coast region. Then he's home and dry. So the rest can share the spoils. But their greatest fear of Kenya Kwanza is one candidate going against William Ruto. That's it. That is where the game lies. If these ambitious politicians who want to save this country, then they need to come together and face William Ruto as a person. But they need to face William Ruto with one candidate in mind, and not as a group of so many candidates. Wajakoya running and getting his voting block, and Kalonzo getting his Eastern, and so on. So this is something that needs to come. They need to think about.
Yes, that is Mzalendo. That is something that they need to investigate. And of course, in 2020, we are waiting to see who will win the 2027 general elections, because that is the time that, the agency, how Gachagua has been saying, when you go to those areas where we have the ID being registered, make sure you go register your name. Register your name, because anytime you can get a new leader. And in Kenya, we are free to
So,
just establish.
told you not to kick this ball this side. Okay.
In Kenya, you are free to just get a political party, register, and buy. I remember there is a time when we had 7 candidates who were vying for the president. But now, leaving alone that, Alex, you are one of the Gen Z. Do you agree that Raila is the one who affected the Mandamano by joining the government, liaising with the president so that he can form the broad-based government, where we saw Alias and Joe, and also Wycliffe for Paranya, John Buddy joining the government? Is Raila the,
So
yeah?
the Gen Z protest should not have been determined by whether Baba joined the government or he didn't join the government, but unfortunately it did, because the moment Raila got into power, I saw William Ruto on top of a car, first of all in coastal region, and there were people were chanting his name, because the way Mzalendo said, this guy Baba has a sycophantic following that always adheres to what he says. So whenever Ruto was moving to areas, you could be seen in Nyanza walking with the ODM leaders, and everyone was cheering his name. So it played a role in affecting, but it shouldn't be determined by whether Baba is in power or is not in power. But so as the things stand, even in that AUC Boni, if we are to be objectively, the reason why he's exiting from the local politics Boni, if you are to look at things objectively, Baba is not the best candidate for Africa Union in 2027. Baba is not the best candidate for the AUC position. Mohamed Ali Yusuf beats him hands down in terms of logic, in terms of the policies and even the manifesto. So So for Baba, I think he should just retire very early from politics. That's the least he can do, and we won't turn a blind eye on what he has done. But the best he can do for this nation is to retire from the politics of Kenya, to salvage something, so that we can have the little respect for him and for what he has done.
Martha Karua participated in ringing elections in 2007 when Kenya was burning. Labani Masiani, how true is this information? Yes. How true is that information? Simba Natea, karibu sana Freak 24. Simba, do you think that the country is heading in the right direction? And if yes or no, why? Because most of Kenyans are
Bwana
complaining.
Boni,
Yes.
Bwana Boni, najua, wacha mimi nianze kwa kusema kwamba unajua hii mambo ya mtandao ni kitu ambayo ni mimi hata sitaki ku take any information, kwa sababu mimi kama Mkenya yeyote, unajua hii mambo maandamano, abduction, sijui nini, tuambiane ukweli. Mambo ya abduction ni jina inatumika kudemonize the government. Hatuwezi kuwa kwamba tuko na jamii ambayo mnasema mtoto wa mtu alishikwa kwa sababu gani? Mbona amlete sababu yenye inafanya ameshikwa? Hiyo hakuna. Simseme huyu ameshikwa kwa sababu gani? Mbona hiyo hamsemi? Lete
Yes,
sababu. Mtu akiweka mtu kwa sanduku na huyo ni mtoto ametoka kwa boma ya babake na mamake, ametumia smartphone, hakuangalia hata job opportunities ambazo siko available. Amechukua picha ya rais wa Kenya, a democratically elected president, inaugurated mchana ati Kasarani, watu wameimba, misinga imepigwa, anamweka kwa jeneza, alafu mnaambia watu eti abduction imefanyika. Wachana na hii vitu bana.
Simba, hakuna abduction. Simba, happy new year. Umekuja na mambo mpya. Umekuja na mambo mpya, unasema hakuna abduction. Na wale wanauliwa wanapatikana Ribayala, hiyo ni gani? Ama ile ya Shakaola, hizo ni gani? Hizo hakuna, ama hiyo mwili tu ni uongo ya watu wa media, ama ni hao vijana wanaziweka hapo, ama kina Rex wale waliuawa
in 1990 Robert, in 1990 wakati by then the foreign affairs minister Dr. Robert Ouko alitekwa nyara kutoka kwake akawawa, hata tukawa na inquiry investigation ikafanyika, hata by then Scotland Yard ikahusishwa. Matokeo ilienda wapi? Wakati huo William Ruto ndiye alikuwa rais wa Kenya. Hiyo ilikuwa ni nini? Unajua
ilikuwa
hiyo haiwezi kuwa a separate incident kwa sababu the action ni same. Wacha mimi niseme chenye nilikuwa nasema. Kenya is moving in the right direction. Mambo ya kusema the psychophantic followers of Raila Odinga, Raila has organic supporters. Wachana na hii vitu zenye mnaambia watu hapa, sijui nini. Hii maneno ingine hii wachana nayo bana. Hii siasa kidogo kidogo hii hakuna mahali mtaipeleka. Huyo ni rais mwenye amechaguliwa na Wakenya hapo kuongoza. Na ni miaka 10, sio eti miaka 2 au 3.
Simba Nataya, wewe ulikuwa pande ya ODM election ile ilipita, nakumbuka vizuri sana. So ni nini aswa imekufanya ubadilishe maoni yako ya kuwa sasa William Ruto ni kiongozi bora zaidi kushinda kiongozi wako?
Sio mambo eti ya William Ruto, ni government. Government inasafu wananchi, sio mtu.
Wewe mulikosa kuform serikali, ukweli ama ni uongo?
Wakati umekosa kuform hiyo serikali, unaenda wapi? Si unabaki kwa nchi?
Unabaki kwa nchi. Ukiangalia, this is the reason why political parties are formed. Political parties are formed to grab power. That is one reason
when there is no power to grab.
When there is no power to grab, you now act as the voice of the people. You don't act as the voice of the government. That is where you are getting it all wrong. You don't act as the voice of the government. You are not elected to be in government. You are not elected or appointed to be in government. This is you are an alternative government.
Talendo. The government is there to serve all the people.
Everybody the government is serving everybody else who voted for and not for the government, you included. But what is your political class doing as an alternative government? Remember,
mambo ya politics inaishanga wakati wa uchaguzi. Mambo ya siasa inaisha na uchaguzi, watu wanatulia, kazi inaendelea.
Ni kama Joe Biden wakati alishinda, after 1 year anaambia Trump, kuja sasa tu form serikali na wewe tuendelee pamoja. I mean, what nonsense is that?
See,
let me tell you, this is killing the spirit of multi-party democracy. And Simba, you are one of the last people I expect that to come from. This is killing the voice of the voiceless. You as a minority, because you didn't form government, you as a minority, you are having a political party that needs to be checking on the executive. They should not. Killing opposition in parliament is not good for democracy.
Mzalendo.
If everybody is in William Ruto's government, then who is going to check the government? We are back to the days of huyo mangesema hapa ati turudi kwa Moi wakati wa huko. Who was going to question Moi when he killed Ouko? Who was going to question him? Nobody. And nobody could dare. So if you walk us back to the dark days, you are telling us hebu turudi huko nyuma tuangalie hizo historia zile zilifanyika. And that is the same thing that Raila told you. Go back to the historical injustices that have been happening in this country. The 8 pointers in the Klegro report, they needed to have been implemented by the government. You are putting a blind eye because you have been given positions in government, and now you feel that you are part of that government. You are not part of that government.
Mzalendo, the people of Kenya are in government. The people of Kenya and the people of Kenya are government.
Let me also tell you one thing. Ruto, Simba, Ruto is not doing you a favor to be in government. All right? He's not doing you a favor to be in government. That is part of his duty, to include each and everybody, whether you voted for them or not, to be in government.
The right to government. Or to be served by that government.
So you are taking it as like a favor. It's not a favor.
It's a right.
And the reason why you are supporting is because he has given you a favor to be in government.
Not a favor. We are a part of that government because we are the people of Kenya.
Yes, you are part of that government because you are the people of Kenya. You are part of that government because you are the opposition, and now you have joined the government. You are a part of that government because now you are now pushing the government agenda and not the people's agenda.
Mzalendo, hakuna mtu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya hakuna kitambulisho cha opposition. We have ID of the Republic of Kenya, meaning we are the government.
Ndio uko sawa na chochote unasema, na ndio mimi nakwambia wakati Raila Odinga aliform political party yake, aliform kwa sababu alikuwa anataka kuchukua serikali. Wakati ameshindwa kuchukua serikali, ameambiwa sasa enda AUC, ukuwe kiongozi wa AUC, wafuasi wako wote wacha waingie kwa hii serikali. So it is now a government of a broad-based, they call it a broad-based government. Which part of your manifesto as a political party inaambatana na hii ya UDA?
Which part?
Which part of ODM manifesto? Because this is somebody that the party criticized throughout the elections. Now they are now saying that everything that William Ruto will bring in parliament, they will pass without even blinking. Are you also in the same bandwagon?
Kwanza ni social health care, housing, infrastructure, industrialization. Hizo vitu zote zilikuwa kwa manifesto yetu na hizo ndio ziko kwa UDA. Kwa nini unapinga nini in the first? Unapinga hata kitu kama hakuna ya kupinga?
Kwani hujaona vile Wakenya wanateseka kule Kenyatta National Hospital wakisema kwamba SHA haifanyi? Wengine wanasema
haifanyi. Boni, unajua Kenyatta National Hospital is a referral hospital. Mtu hawezi kuwa anatakiwa kwenda level 4 ama level 5 aende referral hospital na hajakuwa referred. This is the mistakes zenye huwa tunafanya na hamtaki kuambia watu what to do at the right time. Hii mambo ya kudanganya watu ndio mimi hata kitu yenye mimi hata inanichukisha. For one, tulikuwa tuna import mahindi ile ya kupika ugali. Tulikuwa tuna import sukari. Hizo vitu zote hakuna. The country is very stable and we are moving forward. Sasa unapinga nini? Si watu walikuwa wanaandamana kama hakuna unga ya kupika ama unga haipatikani. Saizi mbona hiyo maandamano hakuna hiyo ya unga ya nini? Hizi vitu basic. Why did it stop?
No,
why are we now talking?
No. Maandamano ili stop kwa sababu mliingia kwa serikali, mlinunuliwa.
Hapana, mzalendo, unajua barabara in the first case na sufuria. Saizi watu wanaongea mambo ya abduction. Mtu anakuwa abducted ni yule mwenye ameshiba in the first case.
Mtu anakuwa abducted ni yule ameshiba.
Simba.
We, Simba yani Simba hii mimi hizi vitu mnakunywa mkiwa pale kwa hiyo chama sijui ni gani. Tafadhali unipatie nivute ama nikunywe. Kwa sababu mimi yenyewe siwezi elewa. Mimi hii vitu mnavuta mkiwa kwa hiyo chama yenu, afadhali unitumie siku moja nivute niweze kuona vitu vile unaziona. Mimi hata sikunywi. Hii chang'aa hata si ya Ugenya, hata si ya Kisii. Hii mnakunywa, hii haieleweki. Yaani unaweza kuja kwa media useme hakuna abduction, hakuna kitu kama abduction, hakuna au kina hizi makatili zilikuwa zinachorwa au vijana walijiabduct hao wenyewe.
Mimi sijasema eti hakuna abduction. Mimi nilisema
AG wa Kenya, sikia, AG wa Kenya Mturi anakuja na kusema mtoto wangu alichukuliwa na vile nilitafuta na polisi na nani nikapigia rais simu, mtoto akapatikana. Bado hiyo ikuoneshi kuna kitu.
Kwanza huyu Biden Muturi, huyo ni mtu mwenye tayari anakuwa impeached in some few weeks to come, kwa sababu he was a mole in the same government yenye aliform. Yeye alikuwa attorney general in the same government yenye alikuwa anatakiwa ku advise, anatumia mtoto wake kupanga maandamano.
Ati mtoto wa Mturi alikuwa anatumiwa kupanga maandamano. That is within his right. Ama ni lazima afuate njia. Wewe mtoto wako mtoto wako hawezi kuwa na fikira tofauti na baba yake.
Ikiwa ni independent, akiwa na hiyo independence ya kufanya hivyo bila kusurutishwa.
Sikiza, mtoto akifika 18 they are independent in mind. Anaweza shikwa na serikali na hukumiwe na serikali. Ndio maana alishikwa, kwa sababu mtoto akiwa 18 and plus, huyo si mtoto wako tena. Hiyo ni mtoto wa huyo ni property ya government. Akifanya makosa anashikwa na anasomewa mashtaka kama watu wengine as an adult. So usiseme ni mtoto. Yes, ni mtoto ulimzaa, lakini akifika 18 si mtoto tena. And that's why we get it all wrong. So and huyo mtoto wako akiwa 18 na 20 plus, they can make their own decision and you don't have to make decisions for them.
Lakini mzalendo, mimi nataka nikwambie hivi, sisi kama watu wa Raila Amolo Odinga, mahali ametuelekeza tupige kura hapo, hatuwezi blink. Tunaipiga hapo asubuhi mapema saa 2 tumemalizana nayo. Na ukumbuke Ruto alikuwa na contract na Uhuru Kenyatta ya miaka 10, na hivyo alimpatia sword ya 10 years. Hii vitu vingine tio sijui. Na by the way, mimi kuna kitu yenye nataka nikwambie, hii jina mnatumia ya Matiang'i kwa mambo ya elections za Kenya inatumika vibaya. Matiang'i hata fae for one, he will never fae. Hii mambo ni ya publication of the media na kutumia jina ya mtu vibaya bila idhini yake. Kawaida kutoka Kisii, mahali ambapo mimi natoka, mtu kitambo aende kuwania uongozi wa kiwango hicho lazima awe ameidhinishwa. Hiyo haijafanyika na haiwezi fanyika kesho, na hatuna hiyo nafasi. In the case, wacha nikwambie, jamii si haiko tayari kugonganishwa na jamii zingine. We are interested in other things, sio mambo ya uongozi. Mambo ya uongozi iko na watu wenye wanataka.
Na Simba, nikuulize tu, najua unaweza toroka wakati wote. Huyu nani na Morara si ni Mkisii?
Morara, mimi hata kwa comment section nimekuambia wacha kwanza ajaribu mambo ya MCA huko nyumbani. Hawa ni vijana ambao wanakuwa misused kwa mitandao. Ndio hata sikutaka kummention, wewe ndio umenilazimisha nikujibu.
No, umeleta nini ya Kisii, na Morara ni candidate wa presidency in 2027. Na wewe unaniambia ati lazima adhinishwe na community ndio aende kuvai for anything. So wewe unajuaje kama Matiang'i hata idhinishwe na community ya Kisii?
Nimekuambia kitu cha kwanza, hatutaki kugonganishwa na jamii zingine. Hatutaki kisiasa. Hiyo hasara tumeiona in 2007. We will never repeat and we will never go there.
No, you're okay. You are looking at the future of the Kisii community as a whole politically, because mmekuwa mkigonganishwa na Wakale. Si sema tu Wakale tumekuwa tukigonganishwa nao. But you see, even in I don't see your logic. I don't see your logic, because since 2007 you have been voting for the opposition leader, and he has been in the opposition, and the Kisii community have been in the opposition since then. So sisi saa hizi mnaanza kusema ati hatutaki kugonganishwa na kabila zingine. Last year mkuwa mnataka kugonganishwa na kabila ingine. In 2022
wakati huo William Ruto
ingine.
Enda angalia voting pattern ya Kisii vile ilienda. Wait, utaona.
No, Kisii I think it's a very cosmopolitan area. Ni watu wanatumia akili zao kupiga kura na sio tumbo. Hiyo ndio uzuri wa wananchi wa kule Kisii. Wanaangalia ni kiongozi gani ataleta maendeleo, na waangalii chama. Hiyo naye nimewapatia ongera pale. Lakini kuna watu wale kama Simba na Taya kama wewe, wale ni wafuasi vigogo, wale wamekwama kwa ODM mbaya sana, au wawezi badilika. Hiyo naye ni ukweli. Kuna wale pia wamekwama kule kama Onyonka ni senator wa Kisii, si ndio? Lakini yuko kwa chama cha ODM. Si ni kweli?
Onyonka ako amechaguliwa kwa chama cha ODM, lakini ground huko ilimtema kitambo, ndio sababu unamuona na mienendo yake. By the way, kiti chake kinachukuliwa na Omingo Magara, former member of parliament South Mugirango. So mimi hata nimeshinda nikikuelezea haya mambo vile yalivyo. Nilikwambia mambo ya Babu Owino long time ago, na unaona Embakasi East hiyo ni kitu yenye already it's a gone thing. Hakuna
acha sasa niko umerudi kwa babu sisi ndio tunamwelekeza awanie kiti cha ugavana. Wacha mambo ya Embakasi East. Mambo ya Embakasi East babu alishamalizana nayo. Hiyo tulishamalizana nayo kitambo. Sasa hii watu tunaangalia Babu Owino kama atachukua kiti ya gavana wa Nairobi. Hiyo ndio kiti tunaangalia nayo Babu Owino. Hizi zingine unasema
gavana ya Nairobi msijaribu, kwa sababu mtaanguka mapema sana, kwa sababu kama chama cha ODM tutasupport Sakaja na ujue jamii namba 2 in voting in Nairobi inatoka Western ambapo Sakaja anatoka, so Babu Owino ana kura za ugavana Nairobi. Unamdanganya.
Au watu wa Western ni wanapiga kura kikabila, waangalii service delivery. Kwa maoni yako hao watu, siasa ya Kenya kama Simba Nata ya mkaji wa Nairobi, ukikosa maji, ukosa huduma yote na kiongozi wako ni ule bora ako kwa chama ya ODM ama ako kwa chama cha UDA, utampigia tu kura. Hiyo ndio fikira yako, hapo ndio pale siasa imekufikisha.
Sio eti fikira yangu. Hivi karibuni tukielekea kwa uchaguzi, na baba akiwa chairman wa AU, chama cha UDA na chama cha ODM watasimamisha mgombea mmoja katika mji wa Nairobi. By the way, hiyo ni siri, wacha nikwambie kwa sababu ulikuwa unaitaka.
No, ile kitu najua, si ati hata ni siri. Hiyo ni kitu ile mimi kama mdadisi wa siasa nindeshajua hiyo kitambo sana. Kwa sababu hamna mahali mnawezaenda. Hamna mahali mnawezaenda. Ile shida iko pale, ile Simba Nata, ile shida inakuja hapa mbele ni mkikosa hiyo kiti ya AU na bado kuna viti zile mnataka kama hiyo kiti ya Nairobi. Kiti ya Nairobi mnataka kuichukua na mko na candidate anaitwa Sakaja ni wa UDA, na kuna candidate anaitwa huyu jamaa wa Kangemi, huyu brother senator, the brother to the speaker, huyu nani nimemsahau jina. Hebu niambie, how will the ODM party and UDA watasikizana aje hapo kwa kiti ya Nairobi? Tuseme
Timu Wanyonyi.
Timu Wanyonyi. Thank you Honorable Vincent. Timu Wanyonyi
hata wania hiyo two candidates ambao watakuwa katika hiyo race ni Majadong, huyu sijui sio Majadong, kuna huyu mbunge wa Embakasi Gakuya. Yes, Gakuya. Huyo ndio wanasimama na by the way, nimekuambia hizi vyama sikiwa match, we will only have 2 candidates in Nairobi. That's why nimekuambia Babu Owino huyo toa yeye kwanza.
Unajua Babu Owino akuji na hii mrengo ya ODM na UDA. Babu Owino anakuja na hii mrengo ya Kalonzo Musyoka na Gachagua. Now, ile kabila ukiangalia pattern ya Nairobi, na ukae ukijua hivi, Wakamba pia wako wengi sana Nairobi. Wakamba wako wengi, ndio maana wanapatiwa hiyo kiti ya deputy. Waluya,
wewe mzalendo, nani alikwambia Wakamba wako wengi Nairobi?
Wewe tu ndio mmoja wa Mkamba, wale ni wachache, lakini Wakamba ni wengi Nairobi. Wengi Nairobi kabisa. Ndio maana kila wakati wa election unaona deputy wa governor wa Nairobi lazima akuwe anatoka kwa jamii ya Wakamba. Na Babu Owino vile anapiga siasa yake, anapiga siasa yake hivi, anaangalia jamii ya Kikuyu watampatia kura namna gani in 2027, na jamii wa Jaluo wale wako na Babu Owino ni wengi kabisa. Ukiangalia leo, hata leo James Orengo amekosoa baba hadharani kwa Matanga, akamwambia boss, hii mahali unatupeleka sio mahali pazuri. Sifuna amekosoa baba leo hata haijaenda bali, tutakuchezea hiyo video hapa. Amekosoa mahali mnaenda na hii chama si mahali pazuri. This party is already unpopular among the people of Kenya. how do you want us to go this direction? And unwinding your party, William Ruto has played the smartest card. I agree with that. Ile kadi amewachezea nyinyi watu ODM, bado mmechanganyikiwa, hata mjui yani kunaendaje. Mtachanganyikiwa zaidi mpaka 2027, mkuwe bado mmechanganyikiwa tu. So ile kitu iko ni he has maintained that nyinyi hamtavunja hiyo chama yenu, but mtakuwa kwa serikali. Leo Gladys Wanga amesema vizuri sana, hao watakuwa kwa serikali, meaning they will support the government of the day, and the government of the day is William Ruto, and they are looking at ways of joining government either way. Sasa hata wakikuwa kwa opposition, ile government itaingia, they will negotiate and see how they are going to join government. Vincent, karibu sana bwana. Vincent ama Simba. Simba ametoroka bwana. Simba sasa ametoroka kwa nini? Honorable Vini.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Huyu moderator sijui ameenda wapi.
Oi.
Mzuri bwana.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Yeah.
Nasikia mnaongea siasa ya Nairobi.
No, tulikuwa tunaongea siasa ya Nairobi, ndio nikakuona umeingia pale na kabla uchangamke, hebu nipatie Alex. Alex, umekaa hapo kwa muda mrefu. Alex.
All right.
Sema.
Hii watu mmekuwa kwa studio kweli ama mmelala? Najua Boniface huyu ameshalala.
Mimi niko kwa studio mzalendo bwana.
Tuko kwa studio. Swali ni ipi?
I am asking one question. Unaona how is Babu Owino? Nyinyi mko Nairobi. How is Babu Owino in his gubernatorial race? Does he stand a chance?
You see, first of all, Mzalendo, what you'll notice is someone is coming here telling you about the politics of regionality, saying this tribe are this tribe are that. You see, in Nairobi, people don't vote based on tribe, and that will never happen. Nairobi, of all the regions, people don't vote here based on tribe. So in 2027, Babu Owino stands a chance because people will see the things he has done in Embakasi East, of which it's a good job. If we check the track record, check his manifesto, go visit Embakasi East and see what Babu Owino is doing. And Sakaja has lost his, let me say, the people have lost confidence, the people have lost belief in Sakaja and Nairobi, because we feel like he has under-delivered. And as you have said, the 2 years that Sakaja has been the governor, he has underscored in the exam which he has been given by Kenyans. So people have lost credibility in him. So if elections are done free and fairly, even to tomorrow, I am certain Sakaja won't win. I can't say that I am confident Babu Owino will get the Nairobi governor, but I am certain Sakaja is not getting anything because he has underscored based on what the standard the citizens had put for him. He has underscored. So I don't think Sakaja is getting the seat in 2027. He will have to do some massive developments to be able to be on the good side of the citizens.
I think that's yeah, you can jump in, my brother.
You know, mimi sijui mnafanya siasa gani. First thing first, tuanze tuna mahali basics. And for those who have not met me, I have not met Alex Ogega since he's coming from my area. I don't know if we come from the same region, but the first thing you must appreciate about our politics is that it's very, very local. That's one thing. That's the saddest part of our politics. So we have to start there. For as much as we want to ignore the tribal card, and I've heard Boniface trying to dispute the fact that our company went in Nairobi. I'm sure he doesn't know. They are almost the third most populated in Nairobi. They are almost the third because, in fact, Nairobi is close to Kambani than any other county. It's close to Kambani than even the Kikuyu land because Syokimau is literally Nairobi, and the river is almost in Nairobi. So if you look at Mavoko County is close to Nairobi than, in fact, it's in almost imeguzana na Embakasi kwa border. So Kamba people are so many in Nairobi, and if you go to the sites of pipeline and sort, you realize the fact that those Kambas are so many. So they might not
Kamba
be ignored, and those are the people that have
pipeline peke yake.
those. Pardon,
Wakamba si wako pipeline peke yake na Mavoko peke yake. Ukienda Mavoko
my friend,
pipeline na some parts of
you
Imara
don't
Daima
just
peke yake.
you do you don't just talk to people who speak Kamba and believe that those are the only Kambas you see, because Babuin has been elected by the Kamba people. Babuin has been elected by the Kamba people for years. All the time he's been MP, he's been elected by Kamba people who have been supporting the candidacy of wherever Raila and Kalonzo are. That's the fact. So if Babuin is going to play that card that you guys said here, that he's going to ignore Baba, you all know who controls this city of Nairobi. For as much as you want to assume that Baba's influence is going to go away, for as long as that man is breathing, I don't think he's going to lose the influence he has in Nairobi the way tumeona maandamano ya juzi hii imefanyika, watu wa kusema sijui abduction and stuff, and I think 20 people managed to gather together, and if you could have asked the names of the people who gathered in Nairobi to protest, they were coming from our beloved Luo region. So if you're going to ignore Raila Odinga in these coming elections, especially the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, then you're so ignorant. So I think Babu Wino, if he's going to play that card, is risking losing the support base of Raila Odinga, because I have not seen anyone defying directly to Raila, because you can't risk that, because you don't know what the future holds. You don't know what Baba will do in 2027. Nobody knows. So if you're going to ignore Baba, then you're playing a very dangerous card, and I'm sure Babuino knows it. He's not going to risk it. And the third thing that I'm going to speak about this Nairobi gubernatorial thing is that I've heard people say that somebody's not gonna run, somebody's gonna run, somebody's not going to do this. Siasa ijaanza bado. Sakaja has 2 and around 8 months to deliver. 2 years, 8 months to deliver on his mandate, and I have seen this cleaning exercise is being appreciated by people. And sometimes kuchange mindset ya watu, is just doing simple things that are visible to the people. And this cleaning exercise that he's doing in Nairobi, the only people that are defying against him are those hawkers that he is harassing around. And I know there are many and they are Kenyans, but they are making the city so disorderly. And I'm sure we all agree to that. But when it comes to politics, people ignore the fact that those things matter. And Sakaja knows that so well. So when Sakaja is playing his politics, he knows where he's gonna get the numbers. And that's why when he risks harassing these hawkers, is because he knows majority of the Kikuyu voting bloc is not going to appreciate him. He's not going to vote for him. And in fact, majority of them didn't vote for him in 2022. So he knows that. So when I tell you that Nairobi is a very tough county, if you want to run even for member of parliament, is a very tough place to run. And that's why when I've heard someone say that Babuin has done this, Babuin has done this, I want to tell you that a member of parliament is not constitutionally. If you go and look at what a member of parliament is supposed to do, there is nowhere it's indicated that a member of parliament is supposed to do development. There is nowhere. CDF money is assigned to do very specific roles. And I'm not going to dwell too much into that. So if you're claiming that Babuin has done 1, 2, 3, you should substantiate that, because it's so easy to say he's done a certain road, he's done a certain road. Babuino does not do roads. Babuino's job is to allocate funds in parliament for government to do roads, or the county to do roads, because majority of the roads in his constituency they lie under the county government. So when you want to give Babuino credit, make sure that you also inquire well and know who really did the road, because the budget that Babuino is given as member of parliament is not supposed to build any road. And if you go try to do that, that is like misappropriation of money, not because it's a bad thing, but that's not what CDF was meant to do. For as much as I don't like the fund, and I don't appreciate the way the MPs use the fund and measured, I feel like the CDF money is allocated to do specific roles. So when you say someone has developed some places, I usually see what people say about Kiaru, member of parliament. But if you look at what the member of Kiaru is doing, is to utilize CDF constitutionally and making sure every shilling is accountable. That's the only thing you could have said. Because if you look at Embakasi, poverty is still, and that's okay. Embakasi is the dirtiest. Maybe you can say the dirtiest after Kibra is the dirtiest, because there's another slum there. There's another slum in Embakasi. So you can't claim that Babuin has done a lot of things without proving that he's done so. And kwa wale wenye mmepanda ndege, ukishuka ndege huwa unaona Embakasi and you can see how bad it looks. In fact, the only thing that is beautifying that area right now is the affordable housing that the president is trying to put up there. So literally, Embakasi is a slum that when you're on air, you see as a dirty place, and I hope that that will change in the near future. So when we are talking about who is going to take which seat, we have to also be very careful that we have to look at the dynamics from all angles. Let's not be blind with this story that we see people talk on Twitter, and I like the way this Twitter thing is confusing people. It's making people think that some people are going to lose elections when the real voters are very silent and waiting for the right moment to react. So before we all go talking about who is going to win this, who is going to win, let's first talk about what is going to make this guy win. And I really want someone who is hands-on to be a governor of Nairobi, because that's the city of Nairobi. And I like what Mosiria is doing. In fact, if Mosiria was running for governor, I will change my vote and go vote for him in Nairobi, because this guy tried to transform health. He discovered something that most Nairobians never knew or were ignorant about. That these guys that sell mutura and mayai and smoky in Nairobi, they store these trolleys, and they are those doors that were naika kachumbari. They store them in toilets in Nairobi, in public toilets. In fact, Mosiria exposed that thing, and majority of the people never knew it, or most of them were ignorant about it. So this guy is someone, for as much as his job is not appreciated much, he's made Sakaja start looking like he's doing something to the people. And if you look at the way the roads are coming up in Nairobi County, I don't know who is doing the roads, because I have not been so much into Nairobi business. There are so many roads, especially in the areas of Langata and some parts of that side. There are so many roads coming up, and that's what we want to see from the county government. The problem we have in Nairobi, and we can never solve that problem unless the people decide to, is the problem of garbage and sewerage system, because whoever designed the city is not Sakaja. Whoever designed our city did not plan well about the sewerage city and the sewerage program. That's one problem that we have, and waste management. That's two things that we have to deal with if you have to make the Nairobi work. So I think we should allow Sakaja do the 2 more years that he has, and then we will judge from there. Because as far as I'm concerned, if Raila Odinga decides to tell Babuino to shut the fuck up, oh sorry, that's very, very unparliamentary. If Babuino decides, if Baba decides to tell Babuino to not run, I think Babuino will listen to Baba more than anyone else, because he is matured and he's learned his politics through being an ally of Raila Odinga. So I think I will submit that for now, and then wait for my other turn so that we can proceed. Thank you very much, Muzalendo.
Thank you for that. Although I would like to give you a point of information that MPs have got a budget for roads, and that money allocated to KNCHR runs into billions, and MPs control about 140 something million for roads alone. So the MP for your area has got a budget for roads of about 140 million to 156. That is why you see that there's been a conflict between governors and MPs on, especially on the roads that are supposed to be done by the county government with the allocation from the national government that is controlled by the MPs being redirected to rural roads. So you need to know that MPs are indeed allocated money for roads. So when you see Babu Owino making a road in Embakasi East, that is money allocated by KNCHR. It is way different from CDF GAF.
All right, informed. I will check on that. I will check on that.
Check on it, please. Yeah. So I mean, but by and large, your analysis were on point. The only thing is that Babu Owino, the politics that we are going on in most I want to stick to urban politics compared to the rural politics. The urbanite politics that is going to happen in Nairobi is quite different from the yesteryear's politics. Remember, Honorable Vincent, we have a new college of voters who are coming in. You are in an institution. You need to talk to the young generation and see where you honestly where their art is lying. If they come out in numbers, if they come out in numbers to participate in 2027 election, that will tilt the tribal metrics that has always been playing along. If you see Babu working closely with Gachagua, he wants to inherit the Kikuyu bloc of votes to win the gubernatorial race. Remember, Babu Owino is already has a constituency within Nairobi called Embakasi East, who are loyal and they are going to vote for him. And apart from that, apart from his constituency, he also has another constituencies in ODM, youths who are disgruntled with this unity between ODM, Raila Odinga's party, and William Ruto. I see the future. I see in Kenya in most of these candidates who are running for either Senate or they're running for Senate or MPs in Nairobi. If you stick to the old kind of politics of party politics, then you might lose your seat. You must be very, very careful to try and play the game the way Babu Owino is playing. Because one, Nairobi is very, very cosmopolitan. There is a new group of college-going students who are going to participate in the election largely for the first time because they have never been interested in election before. This is a lot that involves the workers. The workers in Nairobi are going to participate in this election like never before because of the deductions by your government, the Kenya Kwanza government, has been deducting them heavily. The overtaxation is one of the issues that Ruto's government is going to bring Ruto's government down. So it's not even the issue of abduction. The issue of overtaxation is what is going to bring this government down. And if you watch closely the arguments and what you see in the media, and what you talk to the people when you meet them face to face, you realize, Honorable Vincent, that you are only keeping your hopes way ahead in 2027. If elections are held tonight, if I ask you a question, is your candidate going to win the election in a free and fair platform if it is held tonight? Vincent.
Yes. Oh, okay. The president or who?
Yeah, the president.
All right. No, okay. Uh, For as much as I'm concerned right now, and there is no election that is going to happen anytime soon, but if we were to hold the election right now and the competitor is who, I don't know who, whoever that is going to run against the president is not going to be a saint that that is going to win the election. That's why we have some time to prepare for an election, and that's why there's a time frame when we should have election. So the reason I'm defending that is because 2 years is so little for someone to deliver on something that if you had read our manifesto and you were on our side, you know, we had short-term wins and long-term wins that we didn't anticipate that would go wrong the way they have gone. And I really feel like if I had if the president had the heart that we most Kenyans have, he might have even abandoned the plan immediately after he was elected, because for those of us who had a chance to read that manifesto, it wasn't going to be easy to achieve it, and it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. So for as much as he's made other promises outside the plan, that plan was something solid. If somebody could take the presidency, whoever feels like he's smart enough to do things differently and take the presidency, but use the plan that William Ruto had, Kenya will not be the same again. So I think we should allow the election to take place as per the constitution, and give it time and see the 2 years that is coming what the president is going to do, because I feel like in 2 years time we are going to see a different Kenya. And going forward, this issue of taxation and misappropriation of funds, because the misappropriation of funds is the biggest problem that we have in this country. And hii budgeting for corruption, hiyo targeted corruption, hiyo wabunge wanabajetia corruption. Those are the kind of things that we have to avoid in this coming finance bill. Hii financial year inakuja, hiyo finance bill inakuja, the president has to try so much so that we don't end up in where we were last year, because if we get ourselves in the problem that we had last year, this time around, it's going to be easy to get out. So I feel like if an election was to be carried today, that because the president is seemingly, in the eyes of so many people, is unpopular, some people will just be scared to vote for the president, not because he has failed, but because they think he's unpopular. But if you ask Kenyans what the president has done that is made him unpopular, is those things that any president should be doing: passing bills in parliament to run government, making sure that he sticks to his plan, because that's what leaders do. You don't abandon your plan just because it's too painful, because it's going to make you unpopular. And I hope that we are going to get to 2027 when we all look back and say, where these 5 years has been so tough. And seemingly, I'm going to vote the president again, and we are going to vote for the plan season 2, because if you take time, and I think we will get a chance to go through the plan together one day. I think we will create a day and go through this plan page by page and try to understand what was really the plan from the first place, and we will understand why most of us still believe that this plan can be achieved in Zalendo. So I think the day we will talk about this plan, I will want to convince those people that have lost hope that this thing that we started in 2021, that was a dream in the mind of the president when he was deputy, he's going to achieve it, because literally he's doing things that are making him unpopular now. But slowly by slowly, we are starting to see some transformation. But the issue of taxation, that we must address. And I agree what you just said and what Mbadi said the other day. They're supposed to look at the pay as you earn, because there is where the problem lies. And they should solve that, so that these middle income citizens that earn middle salaries waangalie waone wasifinye sana watu, because those are the people that are running the economy of the country. So if ukifinya middle class sana na uache wale wako juu, itakuwa you will be limiting people from moving from middle to upper class. So I think Mzalendo, if the president was going to, if there was be an election, maybe to answer it correctly, I will vote the president, But I don't know what majority of Kenyans will do, because I've seen most of the people are saying that he has an approval rating of less than a C plane. So that shows that the numbers are not good on his side at the moment. But we have to give it time and see that in 2 years the numbers going to improve. I believe so.
Honorable Vincent, why I like your honesty is we were on the same side in 2022, and we saw a lot of hope in William Ruto. But immediately he has shifted. Even when he had the opportunity to make things right, he did not make things right with the people who voted for him. For instance, why does William Ruto continue giving positions to the political elite? Yeah, why among the hustler nation, the people who are bottom down here, do you think that there are people who have qualification like Honorable Vincent Machoka who can hold positions in government and deliver? He does not trust the youth. He trusts the political elite to deliver for him a constituency that already he has. So William Ruto is playing a lot of politics while in power. He's playing a lot of politics around the elected leaders and former elected leaders who lost popularity. Bringing people like Kabogo and the likes, Mtai Kagwe, to manage the politics. It tells you a lot that this is a leader who is losing popularity by the day. When people like Mzalendo stepped out from your camp, it tells you that you are -1. Are you gaining anything out of it? No, you are simply losing. And you just said it. The approval rating for William Ruto is down. And with the 2 years remaining to elections, can he do much? No, he cannot do so much. And the problem is promises, over promising on things that you cannot deliver within the short span of time. So you needed to have said, okay, as a good leader, hey, you know what? I'm going to deliver on food security in my first year. On my second year, I am going to do infrastructure. I ensure that all the rural roads are well done, and we have enough power in each and every part in the country. And then water provision. Then in the middle of everything, you try and ensure that healthcare is indeed devolved. But this president, I don't know how we can always be telling leaders that, going to church, telling what you are doing, or being on top of a vehicle is not good enough to win the votes or to win the masses that are going to vote for you. Yeah, because most of those people that you see by the roadside are people who are mobilized, people who are enticed to come and meet you. If you can go to, for example, if the president can go to a hospital in my ward, in my constituency, and look at the condition of that hospital, and is the president of this particular country, uh, and do something about it, that is something that will impact the community. But so long as he's not doing anything about what is happening, and is hoping that every country, every county is developing at the pace that the elected leaders who are in those regions are actually pursuing the government agenda. Because once you are in this broad-based government, we all know that you need to pursue the government agenda. So am I right to say that maybe he is going to get a lot of sabotage in some of these areas that is trying to pursue with this broad-based government that we don't even know how it's going to work and impact the community? Mm. Alex, Alex, are you still there? I think Alex is gone. So that's what I'm trying to say, Vincent. What do you see?
I think I I think maybe to just chip in so far to also rescue my president because I still support him. I feel like William Ruto came in at the wrong time and ran up to 2022 election, and I'm sure majority of the Kenyans who have not forgotten will agree with me that we were and we still are in the debt crisis. That's a very big problem that we are in. And when he was getting into office, we had close to 9.7 trillion in debt, and we were adding to the year that we were supposed to repay very expensive interest rates and the Eurobond. You understand what happened last year? In fact, not last year, 2023 around March, 2024 around March, I think. Yeah, everybody was anticipating that we will default, but again, I don't know what they did with the economists that are surrounding him, and they got us out of that problem. So those were the looming problems, and again, we had one problem that Magoa tried to solve before he died: the problem of the CBC curriculum, and those were the problems that were left for the president to sort because Uhuru left when we were going to have the first exam of CBC grade 6. There was no plan on where they were going. So William Ruto had to figure out how to do that. He had to come up with a fund that will build classes and then build structures for the new kids who are going to grade 7. That was the problem left for him, and he had to solve that because our children could not have waited. Another problem that we had at the moment when he was being sworn in is the universities that were collapsing from expensive and high debt. Those are those things that we were talking about in 2023 when the president was starting to pick up now. The universities that were grappling with the debt, especially the University of Nairobi and Moi and Kenyatta, those universities were almost in the verge of collapse because of high debt, and some lecturers weren't even receiving their incomes. There was so much politics in universities that you even saw the VC of Kenyatta University being suspended by Uhuru Kenyatta. That was a third problem, a fourth problem that Magoa tried to sort before he died, and may his soul rest in peace. The other problem that the president met when he was getting into office is the problem of pending bills. He met close to 800 billion in pending bills, which haven't been sorted until today because I think they have managed to sort close to 100 billion. Right now, there's 700 billion still that has to be sorted. And that's the biggest problem that we have with our economy because there's no money in the economy because there are so many pending bills. Some contractors have never been paid. Some people who supplied have not been paid. People who worked with government have not been paid. Some roads that were built, some roads are pending. Some projects are still hanging on the line. So those are the problems that the president faced. Another problem that we all know that even got Azimio to protest was the cost of living. When the president was coming to office, the cost of unga was headed to 240, 250, 200 at minimum, and some cheaper brands were going for 190. And the former president, then tried to subsidize so that they could make life easier for Kenyans. But that was also a miscalculation, according to what the economists told us. And we agreed with them that there's somebody who has opened the mic. Mic is open.
Oh,
Okay. So,
okay, go.
so okay. And we had the fuel crisis. If you can remember, besides the food crisis, we also had the fuel crisis. We had people queuing in Kenya, queuing for fuel. People were queuing in long lines with containers to collect fuel so that they can refuel their machines. We had expensive fertilizer. We were coming out of a COVID crisis, and our foreign resources were running dry. That's why you even saw we had a fuel crisis that had to be sorted by this thing that people have never understood until today, the G2G program. So I feel like the president picked up at the wrong time because he had to deal with all those things and still managed to stabilize the peace in the country, managed to satisfy every Kenyan. I think even Jesus Christ could not have satisfied everybody if he found the world in that kind of state, because at the moment we have managed to get out of so many things that we were in. And right now, the economy is kind of trying to show us signs that it's going to peak. And the only thing the president is supposed to do now is to make sure that as we head to the peaking stage, he has to get the team straight. He has to have the right team. And I agree with you, Mzalendo. This culture of recycling old politicians, and by the way, I disagreed with my friends on the issue of befriending. In fact, let me tell you, there are people that he has brought from this broad-based government that are so good. In fact, I admire the way Opio and I, for as much as Opio and I is also playing a lot of politics, Opio and I is a workaholic. He's someone who will do everything to make sure that his boss appreciates that he's doing some work. The same thing happens to the professionalism in the Ministry of Finance right now. You can see what Mbadi is trying to do, and I like the way Joho is communicating to the people. Joho is that leader that, for as much as people have insulted him and called him so many sorts of names, he's tried to be close to the people as a CS, because the way he speaks to the people, the way he tries to understand a matter, and he goes to the ground and try to see it. Those are the kind of leaders that we anticipate to have. Another problem of okay, the problem of Kinakabogo and Kinyanjui and this other guy that was given a job because of friendship with Uhuru, that was caused by the problem of the Mount Kenya making a lot of noise, and the president wants to also have a conducive environment to serve in, and he's trying to show muscles, which is a very wrong move. But we have not been in politics for as long as they have been with Baba and Uhuru, so they understand how to play their game correctly. So I think that problem of recycling old politicians who have served in government and failed does not bring fresh minds across the president to try and now help in picking this economy that is improving. And I hope that the president, going forward, the president will stop listening to the noise out here, because the noise is also distracting him from focusing on his plan. Because the people he has brought on board don't even understand what the plan was. In fact, if I could have been given the minister of sports and youth and whatever, I could have done much better than what these ministers that have come in are doing, because I understood what the president wanted with the youth. I understand what he was talking about bottom up, and I know with the right policies in place and the right leadership, I could have transformed the Minister of Youth so well. And I hope that the president will one day see some such kind of people like me who have the passion and who are passionate enough to even help him transform the country. These people that he has brought on board might actually have less power to even do anything, because the president will be doing everything on his own, because these people don't even understand their roles. The person that he brought on board, and I want to say this is the only minister he kind of got things right, is this woman that serves as an attorney general. That woman is so brilliant. He's so organized and so professional. And the president quotes him every time. He's asking people to go see the attorney general, go see the attorney general for advice, go do this, go sit with the attorney general, because he has seen the professionalism in that woman. That woman is doing a very brilliant job, and I don't know why the previous president didn't see fit to even uplift her to be the DPP. In fact, we could be our cases of corruption could be dealt with in a professional manner, because you've seen how he managed to handle the situation of Gashagwa with no casualties, with no government being exposed. That's the kind of people you're supposed to put in the position of Attorney General. To wind up my point, allow me to even quote what I have seen in the United States. In fact, I thought it's only that the president of Kenya that got his ministers wrong. In fact, even Trump has got some 3 or 4 ministers wrong. And if I'm not wrong, those ministers are not going to serve for so long in his cabinet, because the minister, for example, the Secretary of Defense, I was listening to the nominee, the interview at the Senate. I was listening to the grilling, and I was wondering why he chose such kind of an incompetent guy, because that guy literally was an embarrassment to the entire defense ministry, because I feel like that's the worst CS for defense that they are going to have in America. And I'm sorry to say that to the people of America, with all due respect, but that guy is not qualified. If I was sat in that Senate, I was never gonna vote to support his candidature. Another person that I feel like wasn't fit enough. Okay, the Secretary of State was quite good. The Secretary of State was quite good, and that's one position that you have to get right, because if you get that wrong, your government is more than dead. So there is another. I think the finance. I think the Secretary for Treasury, and another one. There's another one. I don't remember the name, but I watched them and I followed all the interviews one by one. And I'm telling you, the area of defense and the commerce. Yeah, it's called the commerce. Secretary of Commerce. I don't know. I think those two he's got them wrong, and he's going to regret big time. And he should. I think Senate Uzuru America is that the Senate is so strong that they can even disapprove the nomination before even it gets out of stage. This guy that was selected as CS for defense was so arrogant. He was speaking with the authority of being a friend of the president, and that thing disgusted so many people in that committee. And the only people that are going to support his candidature are the Republicans, I'm sure. And some people from the Republican are so disappointed. I even managed to read the comments when they were being interviewed. Americans were not happy. They didn't like the way he was answering, and I'm sure.
It's called exit or somebody.
Yes,
Exit
yes,
or it's
yes.
exit. Now this
Yeah,
is
that
a
was
Fox. He was a He's a Fox News analyst. He was working with the Fox News as an analyst, and he's also a combat veteran. But he's Trump has got this a fanatical base of his supporters. Now that forms this fanatical base of supporters. These are people who act like, I would give you an example of Junet Mohammed representing one Raila Odinga in a position. Instead of answering questions directly that are directly involved in his ministry, is talking more of his relationship with the president than the ministry. But I'm glad that you realize that is a disgrace. There are many who are going to be vetted uh, by by the Senate. So if you look at the kind of vetting of a defense secretary in the US, then you look at the kind of person that is elected in Kenya as a CS for internal security, then you realize that in Kenya, they don't even look at whether the person has been in security or not. If there is a situation in Kenya today and you ask the CS Murkomen for any advice as a security, as the head of security, he is literally clueless, Vincent. And this begs the question whether we have got people who are retiring from defense, or people who are in the defense, who can be CSS in government. Matters of security should be
Zalendo,
led. Yeah.
in fact, the problem isn't even the nominee. The problem is the panel that is nominating, that is vetting these people. Because, the president can get things wrong, but you don't have to rubber stamp everything he says. Because that's what Americans are doing. In fact, I listened to what the Republicans senators were asking. They were inquiring about the details. In fact, I realized these people have a team behind them. You see one Senate seated, and behind him is the team of researchers, his lawyer. People have evidence. They have collected information from the years that this guy has been in public service, the years he served in military, all the speeches he made on TV. They had them in their fingertips. So
And
he could
they
not
had
run
also
away
his
from.
sexual contact. And then they also had his lifestyle. He's a drunkard, and and he has
Yes,
promised not to drink again. They have all these things that are coming with you. When you're getting that kind of position, they inquire everything that is about you. Now here you hear CS like the other day, Kabogo just walking in and saying, "I'm worth 3.1 billion." And it ends there. And then the speaker or the chairman says that we have looked at your things behind the scenes, and we see that you are very qualified. Then
in fact,
done.
I was so angry. I was so angry when Junaid Mohammed joked about him driving some ugly car that
That was
cost
so
45
stupid.
million.
Did you hear that comment? I'm glad somebody had that stupid comment. Did you hear that what he said? That was
I
so
was so
silly.
I
Why
switched
do
off.
you have you?
I
Yeah?
s- I switched off my TV. I stopped listening because I felt like these people are just joking around with this kind of position.
It's a bunch of jokers vetting CSS for position. It's just a bunch of jokers. I mean, they should not even. Once the president decides on the people that he wants in his cabinet, I don't think they should take us to this drama of CSS. If it is in
Yes,
the constitution, it should be scrapped off completely. It is one of the most bogus exercises ever seen. Yeah. The only time somebody fails
it's,
is I've only seen one time somebody fail, and it is because he was not in the political class. I don't know why that lady failed. I don't know
oh, that lady, that
what.
lady, that lady was okay. She underperformed literally. She wasn't qualified for as much as she was. She had the expertise in the area. She was just giving answers that were not satisfactory. Those she even embarrassed herself. So I think even listening to the answers that Kabogo was giving, I
Hmm?
will not have even I will not even have allowed that he continues with the debate, the interview. I think the way those guys in America were shutting down these people about the sexual harassment,
They can't
the
stand a
drinking
vetting,
habits.
a proper
Yes,
vetting.
you can't vet. Yes, you can't vet and drunkard. You can't vet someone who has harassed or sexually harassed a woman, and he seated before you lying outrightly that he was cleared by the courts. You
Hmm?
see, those are the kind of things that we should start looking at, and we should be very keen that next time we even elect our members of parliament, we can get the president wrong or we can get the president right, but for as long as we
But
have
yes, but we get the
rough,
members of parliament right. That is the thing. Get our president wrong,
yes,
but we get people of integrity into those
yes,
houses.
in
Hmm?
yes, we want people who will tell the president that these policies are good, but not at the moment. We are in such kind of crisis and we need you to do this for us. And that's why sometimes when I saw the president, that's why I also wanted this finance bill to go through, because these members of parliament were going about telling us how good it was. I personally know the finance bill wasn't bad. The problem with the finance bill is that there was so many unexplained things in that finance bill that even some members of parliament ignored. They didn't even read, right? They didn't even read the finance bill. They just rubber stamped the finance bill. In fact, when you listen to the president, sometimes I usually feel like he's the only person who understands what the government is doing. 90% of the people he has around don't even understand what is going on in government. Some of these people don't even know what the finance bill
You
was
see,
saying. And
Vincent, this is how I see William Ruto. I think he really wants to outperform each and every president that has been in Kenya before, and he is somebody who is hands-on. And is it working in his favor? No, it is working negatively against him. He wants to know what each and every ministry is doing, hands-on. he wants to be the one pursuing the agenda when it comes to the issue of coffee, the issue of fishery, the issue of mining. And you just said what he was missing in his previous cabinet. He was missing the political wing of people like Wandai, who can come out and do a bit of politics and also highlight the government policies that are happening within the government. Joe, as much as people don't like him, he would just talk about the mining and again talk about what the president is doing. So it comes out like people are now bashing Joe instead of bashing the president, or people are praising Joe instead of praising the government of William Ruto because of Joe, of what Joe said, or people are now praising the ministry treasury because the person in treasury is able to articulate what the government policies are and what they are doing. So that is what has been lacking before, and I said it is communication. So communication has been the biggest problem. Osam is saying, Uhuru, what was wrong with the drinking? Surely Uhuru used to be drunk 24/7.
I
Yeah,
wanted
I
to
think
answer that person.
I need you to answer that.
I wanted to,
I will not answer that. I will give honorable.
their positions. Their positions
Yes.
of power, especially the position of defense secretary, especially in a superpower like the United States of America, where the CS for defense is third in line when it comes to who succeeds the president in case of anything. The CS of defense is fourth after the speaker. In fact, he is fourth. So I think if you get a CS who is drunk all the time, the way I heard that guy used to drink until he loses himself, that's not one of the nicest thing you can have in the position of such kind of a position. I'm not saying even as someone who runs a kiosk, you should not be drunk 24/7. You will lose track of what your business is heading. And drink responsibly, drink occasionally. Don't drink because people are just drinking for the sake of drinking. And that's one thing that has destroyed also our economy. If you come to Nairobi, for example, you will find people buying expensive liquor to a tune of 100,000 every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And if you ask them if they have even a medical insurance that is going to take care of their liver once they are in trouble, they'll tell you Shah is not working. You see, that's the problem I have with these Kenyans. We also don't have our priorities right. For as much as we want to fault the government for doing bad things, we also have misplaced priorities. In fact, I have been listening to Americans who are complaining about the TikTok ban, and some of them are raising some serious issues that I never thought were in the US. I used to think that these problems were in Africa because we have been brainwashed to think that America is the best country you can live in. In fact, Americans are seeing the Chinese people as they are Maju. Sahi China ni Maju ya US. People are even surprised that the healthcare of China is the best, and it's not even top 20. The healthcare system of China is not even top 20 of the best. So I think for as much as we keep learning, we should also start believing in ourselves. Let's make our priorities right. Some people in America are working 4 jobs. Some are working 3 jobs a day to pay for this healthcare system that is also flawed in the US. That I just realized that they pay very expensive for an ambulance. So I think that Mzalendo will tell us. But I think drinking is not a good trait that a leader should have. You should drink during your off days, but not during critical moments, especially as a CS of defense who sits in the highest organ of the country. I think I have answered that guy appropriately.
Hmm? Yeah, I think there are countries which are doing so well when it comes to matters of healthcare, and they are known. Countries like I think is it Sweden? No, South Korea and
Yeah,
Australia. They
sure.
are doing so
Korea,
well. South Korea
Korea,
and
Kuwait
Australia,
is also
Canada,
Australia, sure.
Canada,
Canada,
Sweden, Ireland. Germany is also doing very, very well. These are countries that
Yeah,
have
yeah.
got.
In fact,
Hmm?
even the UK is doing so well.
Yeah, even the UK, but when you come to healthcare in America, it is one of the most a bias kind of healthcare system that you'll ever get. In healthcare in the US is not as free as most people would think. It is very, very expensive, especially when you don't have insurance. Now, Obamacare took care of most of the healthcare problems that America used to have. You remember that before Obamacare, they literally had nothing. So healthcare in the US was pathetic. So right now, you can go to any hospital, but you have to go to an emergency wing and walk in there and get some treatment. But without going to the emergency, you'll get some crazy bills, on your mail. If you get an ambulance, you'll get a bill. If you get admitted, you'll also get a bill if you don't have insurance cover. And insurance cover is deducted from your pay stub. So the only option is that Americans, they want to choose the kind of insurance that uh, they want. As the majority who cannot afford proper health care are in something called Medicare. Medicare is provided by the government. So if you have that Medicare, if you are in that insurance system called Medicare, you pay absolutely nothing. But when it comes to getting the drugs, there is something that they call copay. So copay is a percentage. It can be very, very little, but that is what the pharmacists get at the end of the day. So the cost is covered by the government, but you'll have to pay something for your drugs at the end of the day. But when you go to Germany, everything is absolutely free. So that is where sometimes when you see, when I came here, I thought that the healthcare system in Kenya is better than what is in the US. So you realize that they have got some challenges. And those challenges are driven by the rich or the people who are being taxed, feeling bad that the minority, the majority of those who can't afford come from the black community or the immigrant community. So they feel that people need to afford their own health care. If you are working, the government should not pay for you your health care. Work so that you can pay for your own health care. Now, Boni, the difference between America and most countries is that here in America, there's a culture of work, not a culture of laziness. There's a culture of work. You see the way Kenyans celebrate when there is an holiday. In America, if you are on wages, you don't celebrate because you'll not get a pay if you don't work. If you don't go to work because the weather is bad, you are not getting a pay on that day if you are a wage worker. So there are stages in the US where you get wages, then you are a salaried employee, then now you become an entrepreneur. Somebody who is in business and can employ others. So that is now when you start realizing something called the American dream. Now, the American dream to many, when you start work, is one, having your own home. That is when now you have achieved what we call the American dream. So each and every president, when you see them campaigning, they have one issue that is so important to the American people, that the people, the taxes and should be reduced in each and every government, and Americans should be able to afford food and a home. So that is the difference. That is the difference. So every president who comes in works towards these goals. Works towards these goals and not towards the political power or gaining the base or what am I going to do for a constituency that didn't vote for me. I've not seen American leaders uh, really putting an effort on in areas that they didn't get votes from. So you'll find traditionally the red states are always going to vote red, but the purple states can always be flipped, meaning that they're either red or blue. So these are the swing states that normally swing to any other direction. So Kenya, I think, in regards to this, you've seen the politics, how it is going. ODM zones will always be ODM zones. Central Kenya will always be Central Kenya. You will not change that to become an ODM zone. That is out of question. And those who are begging for Central Kenya to be an ODM zone, it is like begging Nyanza region to be a Jubilee zone. That cannot happen. So they should not blame central people for trying to find their own identity in politics. Identity in politics happens all world over. And is it a good thing? Yes, it is a good thing if it is used constructively to bring development in that particular region. Yes, Vincent.
Why do I have a feeling that the oath that Trump is going to take today afternoon or today morning in your place is
No,
going to be an oath? It's going, yes.
Trump is going to be sworn in on Monday.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, sure. Today is Sunday.
And
Tomorrow.
he's going to his inauguration ceremony for Donald Trump. I think it's on Monday, in Martin Luther King Day. I think
Yeah,
that is
Monday.
the day.
Yeah.
That's an holiday in the US. So it is coinciding with the Martin Luther King Day. So that is going to be a big day, and
Okay,
it's an
so
holiday.
the reason why I brought up that issue is because I feel like for as much as people have high expectations on Trump, I feel like he's not going to deliver as much because the US is also in a crisis, in a debt crisis. They hit the ceiling. They had to use the Senate to extend the ceiling a little bit higher so that they can borrow more. I think the policies that Trump is going to make, using that Secretary of Commerce that he appointed, I feel like that secretary is not going to help him as much. But the kind of people that he's brought on board who don't have problems with money, the likes of Elon Musk, I hope they are going to help him curb the problem of debt crisis because there's a problem with debt in the US and unemployment is another problem. But I hope as you go to today, TikTok might not be working in the US, and this is not going to be easy on some people, and it's going to be like a ticking time bomb because I've listened to the kind of rage that those people are preserving in their minds. That's how, in fact, Kenya got itself uh, in protests last year June because people had suffered in silence. People were tired with all the governments that have been in place because people were waiting for something to trigger them to come out. And I've listened to the way people are blaming the government. People are saying that 170 million people whose voices were not respected by the 9 judges of the Supreme Court. And I'm like, this is the kind of things that we have been saying as Kenya and thinking that the Americans are so free than us. Kumbe, we are even freer than them. We even have free speech compared to the US. And I feel like this is going to be like a ticking time bomb. It's going to trigger these people that have been in fear, and some people have been silent. It's going to trigger these people to come out, and maybe we might have protests in the US because of TikTok. And it will start as TikTok, and it will go to governance. And Trump is not going to have it easy unless they reconsider the policies that they have put in place to
You
fight this
see,
TikTok.
You see, Trump. If there is any policy that Biden was trying to implement in the U.S., then Trump is going to reverse it. I am telling you, he is already talking about bringing back TikTok. The problem with TikTok is that Americans
You,
want to own that company. They also want to
I
own
feel
it.
like the criminal justice of the US is not like ours, and the president sometimes is more ceremonial than powerful. And the ruling, I
No,
listened. I tried to follow the ruling of the Supreme Court, and I of the Supreme Court of the U.S. and I listened to the Senate proceedings. It's not going to be just one button to reverse the TikTok ban. It's going to take some time
you
again to
see,
try and.
yeah, you see, when there's been a Supreme Court ruling, it's a different thing. But you see, you have to understand that the Supreme Court judges are appointed by they serve at the mercy of the president. The president is the one who
Yeah.
appoints, and
Anyway,
they serve in for a lifetime. For a
but
lifetime, you see
yeah, and
those Supreme
it's
Court.
not easy to
You
kick out a
see,
Supreme Court judge because
yeah, it's not easy to kick out a Supreme Court judge unless there is a gross misconduct or something. Is when you can
and
kick
the
them out.
tribunal had to be
But you
formed.
see, now each and every Supreme Court you see in the US, this is the difference. If there is a policy, if Trump appointed a Supreme Court judge, yeah, this judge is likely to be a Republican. He looks among the Republican members who can be a judge. Just like in our country, if Ruto wanted to appoint a judge to the Supreme Court, he will look among the UDA members, somebody who is loyal and follows the policies of UDA and appoint them as a judge. And that is why you have seen a debate in Kenya that people are saying that we need to change the law such that the judiciary needs to work with the government of the day, because somebody can use the judiciary to sabotage the government. Now, in some states that are controlled by Republicans, they control the judiciary because they appointed those judges. Now, if they were unlucky during their tenure, you see, like Biden is moving out, but what has he done? He has made sure that he has appointed 230 judges before he just stepped off office, not to give that chance to Republicans to appoint judges who are not in line with the policies and ideologies of the Democratic Party. So that is already a plus for him and the future democratic battles that are coming ahead. So if you take any case to court that is involving issues like about abortion, they look at the constitution, but they will judge it according to the policy of that particular state. So that is another challenge
Yeah,
that is here.
yeah,
Hmm?
and this thing escalated from the defense side of view, because the reason why TikTok was banned is because of, I think, the Security Council, where the president is going to sit with the Secretary of Defense and the deputy president and the vice president. They will find the secrets or whatever that were the cause of the ban, because the Security Council is the one that presented the case, and that's where the issue started. That's when it proceeded to Senate, and then a tribunal was formed. They listened to the CEOs of every social media platform and came up with a solution. And then now they presented the cases, and the voting was done. They went, like, I don't know how the public participation is done in the US, but they went through the procedures of parliament, the first reading, second reading, and then it was passed, and then the president assented it, and then now it went to the Supreme Court. I don't know who challenged it, and then now I think it was on Monday or when it was now decided that it should be banned tomorrow. So I think the reason why I brought up this issue is because I feel like the American youth also are tired with decisions being made by the superior people, the rich, as they call them, as the elite. And another thing that I just realized about the US that is going to come out very soon is the brainwashing that has been done to the people in the US. The education system of the US is so flawed that they have corrupted the minds of young people to hate some countries, and make them believe that these countries are so unsuccessful and poor. That's why even people are reacting to the way China is developed compared to them. I even saw some article where some people were comparing the economies wrongly and falsely in the media in the US, comparing China's economy to US and lying to the people. And I was like, why should you lie to your people when you keep telling them that they are the most free country? And another thing that I also learned is that I think the people also, these people that have not gotten out of the American soil are very ignorant, because if they have free access to internet, why don't they do their own research? Because if sometimes I feel so embarrassed that you ask an African American what is the capital city of Africa, and they say Kenya. Sometimes you feel like these people don't even belong in our heritage. They
or
don't
South
even belong
Africa,
to our.
You
Yeah,
know,
sometimes I feel embarrassed.
you know why? It's because they are taught American history. They are not taught anything beyond the American politics. They are taught about their country. They are taught to love their country more than what you want them to love. So that the only country they know is the best in the world is America. And that is why you see the Americans tell you this is the best country in the world. And that is why everybody else wants to come to the US, because they are saying they have the best economy. They are right to some extent. They are very, very, very right. But their education system teaches them about America. Now, on the issue of TikTok, they really wanted TikTok to be sold to an American company that can control the data mining of of TikTok. Now, the fear of TikTok in America is that America look at their security first, and they look at their enemies. So this is a country that has created enemies all over the world. So China is one of their enemies. So TikTok, you'll be surprised to be that most of my friends, they don't know what WhatsApp is all about, and they don't know how to use it, and they don't want it. Not even if you tell them these are the benefits of WhatsApp, they don't want. They would rather have a
Why?
direct message. Yeah?
Why?
Meaning they will tell you it is a lot of information. It's a lot of infringement of my privacy. It is.
Okay.
I don't want random people just being able to access me just like that. No, like a normal.
What are they hiding?
Like listen. Like you see, when you meet an American and you give them your number as a stranger, they will not save your number and your name, but they would rather cram the number. You see that the way you dialed the number, like you've called the number of somebody you know. Do you think they will save that number on their phone? They won't. They will just have it
Oh,
there. When they want to call you, they will call that number, but they will not save your name in their phone. So these are people
wow.
who are so pessimistic about each and everything that they come across. And another thing is that this is a workaholic country. You will not find, you see the way in Kenya, you'll find in an office people are on their phones, do on TikToks, do what, and they are in the office chatting with friends. That one you cannot find in this country. No. Manze, watu ukiingia job ni job. And people here, they start working at the age of 15 years. Somebody has already known that I have to work at the age of 15. When I'm in high school, I am going to work after school. I do almost 2 hours or 3 hours.
Muted. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Uh,
Hmm.
after work, you find that somebody after school, somebody is going to school to work. Then in a few, when they are about 16, 17, they already have their own car. The high schoolers are driving to school. They don't have to use, and although there is a bus they can use, but they drive themselves to school in their own car. But this car, they pay it in a loan because once you start working, the credit companies will offer you cars on loan and all that. So they start working at that age. Then they also retire early sometimes and then get to other jobs. You know, somebody retires at maybe 60 or 65, they can still go and work elsewhere, be employed and continue. The labor market is so diverse. So you'll be working with people who are already earning a pension in either two jobs. This is their third job. You get, this is their third job. And why they are doing it is because they're used to the working culture. They are not used to staying at home. They just, do you need this? Somebody will tell you, I don't really need this money, but I work because I want to pay for my daughter. I want to pay for my daughter something. Yeah, I want to pay for them something. So you'll find that people in the US, those who have retired can still come back to work and work, and they will still be earning a pension even after they retire to that work. And at that time they are 70 years plus. You can still find that you're working with somebody who's 80 years old in the office, and they are delivering. And you ask them, do you really need this job? No, they just want to keep themselves busy. So opportunities are here in the US, but it is not easy. It's not a walk in the park. People work hard, and let me tell you, if Americans were just to inherit Kenya, for example, waende waishi huko and to try and build the economy, let me tell you, within 10 years, that will be a different country altogether. A different country altogether. People know when they are supposed to go to work, they go to work. People know when they are supposed to go on holiday, they are going on holiday. People know what they are supposed to do at each and every time. And that is the blueprint in this economy that the world all over, even the Chinese, are trying to see how the American economy is running. How do they really manage this kind of economy? But again, they have got an advantage that most countries don't have, which China and the US and Russia are trying to do. This is the country that prints the dollar. Yeah. How do wenye dollar is not printed anywhere. How do wenye hiyo do? How do wenye hiyo dollar? Let me invite. Yes. Go
And
ahead.
in fact, they have a massive land and massive sea surrounding them. So they have so much wealth in their country that sometimes when they feel like the economy is collapsing,
when Trump is saying baby drill, these guys, they don't even use their oil. They import the oil, yao wameweka reserve. Now if you go to places like Alaska, they have got a food bank in case there is any war in this country. They are prepared for anything. If there is any war, they have enough food that will last them in a lifetime. Yeah, it all lasts so long as that war is going to take so many years. They have got that food. A country like ours in Kenya, if there is a war today, let me tell you, there was 82 coup. To find just a cabbage, at wacha 82, 207 clashes.
207.
Boga too. You saw what happened. So sometimes when you see people saying that we will overthrow the government or do what, but is this country really ready for? Can it even sustain a war? The answer is no.
A day. For a single day.
Kenya cannot even sustain. I don't think there is a country in East Africa that can sustain even a war for 2 months. They can't.
For a single week, in fact, we will run out of fuel, and we will.
Like what is happening between the Palestinians and Israel? Do you think that Kenya can sustain that kind of war? No fuel, no groceries open, nothing. Let me invite.
What is happening in the north.
In what? Just go on.
look at what is happening in the North Rift. In fact, the threats of Al Shabaab is scaring even people from opening businesses in that place. Even teachers don't even want to go to that place because of anticipatory war that is not even there. So I understand when you say that we are not even ready for that, but I feel like Trump is not coming in at a particular time when the economy is just smiling at him. He's coming also when the things are difficult everywhere in the world. But I know
No, no,
America
no.
will do something, and
Biden has left a very good economy. Biden has left a very good economy. What Trump is coming to do is to dismantle everything that Biden did
yeah, sure,
and start
that's what
all
I'm
over
saying.
again with what he believes. Yeah, what he believes, and they've given it a name, a government of rich people. I don't, Jimmy, help me here. What is the name of this government of Donald Trump? Jimmy Karibu. Jimmy. Jimmy, even as you prepare yourself, fungua mic. Mike, your mic is off. Chairman, Jimmy. Okay, let us wait for Jimmy to open his mic. Jimmy, if you are ready, you just
Zalendo,
open your mic. Yeah.
ulipeleka Mburu wapi? Where is Mburu? You know.
Mburu, you know, Mburu lost the dad, and
Oh,
it has been very tough for the family. So even the time that you are seeing him here, he had got some issues going on. So, but I'm sure maybe by the end of next week, they will have finished the issue of the burial, and we'll have him on the show. So, but he's around. He's
pass
very much around.
our
Hmm.
condolences, bwana.
Yeah,
Pitisha
yeah, yeah,
rambirambi
yeah.
zetu.
Mburu is actually in Nairobi, so he's preparing for the burial of the father. So it has been, and just the other day they lost the mom. So within a span of 2 months, baba yao ndio huyo pia amehaga. So we pass the condolences to the family, and thank you for asking where he is. Jimmy Okangi, Jimmy, Chairman, Inject Party. Can you open your mic and tell us? Okay, good. uh,
Mzalendo,
Jimmy, habari
good
gani
evening.
mheshimiwa?
Mimi niko poa. Ni sikujua mada ya leo nilikuwa gani. Actually, I just blindly joined.
Na mada ya leo ilikuwa ni hii mambo ya ya Raila Odinga, wafuasi wa Raila Odinga. Sasa kama Sifuna kina nani wameanza kumkosoa directly, yeah. And we have dwelled on that. We have dwelled on so many other issues. So sometimes the show starts with these particular issues, then we end up in
Yes.
American politics, then we end up in you telling us what the party is doing. Like right now, I needed to ask you about how is the Inject party doing, and maybe Vincent will have something to ask, because Vincent, Honorable Vincent, have you ever met Jimmy?
No, in fact, I listened one time from the background. I listened to the way he was defending my brother and tribesman Morara. I didn't say a thing, but today I'm lucky I'm here with him. Maybe we will engage on a few things.
Yeah, there are things that have emerged on. I want us to look at Morara and the Inject Party. Somebody in the show, Simba Onataya, came on the show and said, Matiangi cannot be president. Then he said, he alluded to something by saying that even Morara, to be a leader, you have to go and get the blessing of the Kisii community so that they can bless you and you become whatever you want to become. Is that true?
You know, you know, one thing about the politics of this country is that your people if your people are not supporting you, your people,
Mm.
it becomes so difficult for other people to even believe you can be something. So this is just, you need a notion to that notion that if your people are backing you, then we are confident that your people trust you. So we can now align ourselves behind you confidently. That's what Raila Odinga has done over the years. That's what Uhuru Kenyatta did. That's what Moi did. You have to have your people behind you, so that when you have those people behind you, not imaginary people that you use on X, people who comment well on your posts. And I told you here last time, Zalendo, that those are the people that
Mm.
failed Raila Odinga in the last year election, the last election, because they lied that they will align themselves in in the voting polling stations. But at the end of the day, we all realize that the only people that voted are our mothers and our fathers from the village who really don't care much about what is going on in the media space. So I think it's time that Morara also learns to just actualize the numbers. Don't rely on the imaginary talk that people tell you that there is a voting block. Hiyo blessing yenye wanasema ya watu ni ile you talk to your people from maybe your home, and you bring them together. You They do like something like a ceremony to endorse you. Those are those kind of things that people do for just kutishia watu wao waone uko na watu, but it's not much of ado, but it's something that can send a good message to other communities that are seeing you as a potential leader to embrace you. If your elders have embraced you from your place, it means that we can embrace you, because these are the people that raised you as a kid. These are the people that saw you through circumcision. These are the people that know your character when you're growing up. These are the people that know if you can change to be something else. These are the people that know you. So if these people believe in you, then we can believe in you. That's, I think, is what the guy said.
Oh, okay, okay. And yes, before just Jimmy, just the other day we saw the government really going into the finances of one Morara Kibasa. How far has the case reached? Are they negotiating with the government at the moment, or he has slowed down on his activities? What is happening, Jimmy?
Yes, Mzalendo. Thank you,
Mm-hmm.
first of all, for the opportunity and the platform. It's really good to engage, because when we engage, we educate ourselves, or share information that otherwise we could have not gotten had it not for this platform. So yes, I do agree. First of all, let me just start from the point of view that the blessings. It is very much true that charity begins from home. Yani hata ukienda kuuliza kura huko nje, lazima ukalishe watoto wako na bibi yako na kuambia kwamba uko na fikira ama intentions za kurun kuenda ku be a leader out there. So yes, it is something that is um, I think to an extent, even here in the US politics, ukiona when Biden was running, uliona, you saw some stuff. He went to his son's grave, alienda
Yeah, Delaware. He went to his
Pennsylvania,
rural home. Yeah.
right. So it's something which happens across the board. So yes,
Even
that
Obama.
even Obama had to go. There you go. He had to go to Kogero, Asegoko, it's something which happens. It's just blessings and spirits that really um, is human. It's part of it. So yes, all these candidates, including Matiang'i, has never really gotten blessings from the Kisi community, and that's why you see Matiang'i may be very popular out there, but he's not popular in Kisi. I'll tell you that today, and part of it is just that. Now, when you go to Morara, I think he also has the same thing. He has to go back to home, Kisi, and get that blessing. It's something which is done across the board in Kenya. So that's something that We continue to encourage him. It's just the time hasn't come yet because of a lot of things, and he's young and his political career and also experiences also that needs to be advised. So yes, we continue to advise him. It's just an opportune time for him to go back to basics. And right now, he's trying to, galvanize or put his out together in terms of the party structures, putting all the structures in place for him to be able to go forward. But to answer your later question about the things that are going on right now, especially the KRA issue, Sudi, Oscar Sudi's lawsuit,
Oh yeah.
and these other things that are going on for him, it's very much expected, and that tells you that the influence that is building up. The case of Oscar Sudi and the case of KRA are cases, to be quite honest with you, trying to make cases are trying to get to buy him. They're trying to see what can they do to silence him. That's why you see that the Oscar Sudi, there are people who have approached him to that extent, trying to give him money to follow the Kashmir point of view. So that's the discussion that is going on at the Inject House right now. He has not been bought. He is not intending to be bought. He's still strong and focused. Now, when that time comes, if he's ever going to be bought, you and I will obviously know. And now you know it. It's just a character of a person. When you start seeing these cases not coming up, you obviously know that he's been bought. But as we speak right now, nothing of that sort that has happened, and I don't see him as that character. Ni kichwa ngumu sana. This boy, ni kichwa ngumu sana. Quite honest with you. Yeah, he's a tough-headed.
Morana ni kichwa ngumu.
Ni kichwa ngumu. Let's just say it. Ni kichwa ngumu. Ni kichwa ngumu.
Ni kichwa ngumu. Akasikii maneno.
Aski, ni kichwa ngumu. So, yeah, there are people who have approached him. Gachagua has approached him. So many of these people, they have approached him, but he's not approachable. See, and I think part of it, if you can see, and he keeps telling us, when these people, they are saying that I have not paid taxes to the tune of 1.8 whatever 183 million. That's just to tell the common man that I am not corrupt, nimetengeza hiyo pesa, but I file my taxes to that extent. So let them go on with that. And I'm like, really? So you're not scared that KRA is on your neck? No. This KRA is showing people that really I have legitimate businesses that have made money. I have filed my taxes, whether they call it nil or whatever it is, but we can go to court and sort that out. But behind the scenes is like, what, this is the government, wanting me and wanting me to succumb to these things. That is the bone of contention, but those things are in the courts until, the court process goes, through that is when we will know the truth about everything. But that's what it is.
Oh, anyway, yes, Vincent, yeah?
Allow me to just maybe help or maybe guide my brother here, because you're also putting your brother Morara in trouble, because you are, in political terms, you are exposing a motive behind why he has a case with KRA. It can be political, or it can be self-sponsored, because if he is happy about it, that it's creating a notion out there that he has money, he doesn't need people to contribute to him, then he is insinuating that he crafted all the scandal to help himself from the image that had started piling the eyes of Kenyans, that yeye ni omba. You know, I also texted him because he doesn't read messages literally. So I texted him and told him, sometimes when you ask for money and you come again and ask again, watu wanaanza kuona ni kama yeah, pia wewe sio tofauti na wengine, because if you're asking for money from suffering Kenyans and they willingly support you, and the next thing that you do is opulence. You know, there's a time I was in Kisii, and I had gone to watch a match in a certain club called CJ. So a few minutes ile siku yenye alikuwa amegongwa Narok, a few minutes later some two guys came in and just scanned the area and wakatutoa mahali tulikuwa tumekaa VIP section. He came there, sat there, and with so many people surrounding him, some beautiful ladies with him. You know, I didn't realize it was Morara because I didn't even inquire, because I was so busy concentrating on my football. And when people told me that's Morara sat there, for a minute I was like, I think his advisory team should advise him not to appear in such kind of places, because we, the people that are coming from his region, we will have this perspective that huyu kijana bado hajamaliza starehe, huyu kijana bado anataka kufanya hizi vitu zenye watoto wadogo wanafanya, because if you are going for presidency you need to show us that you have matured enough to do things that are mature. So since that day I started thinking of Morara from another perspective. I was like, this guy has received so much clout, and the way this guy has said, he doesn't listen. He has received too much attention and too much clout to a level where it has blinded him from the fact that sometimes you can have these highs, and the day your lows will come, you won't be able to handle that, and his team will abandon him, because during the low moments people will always find comfort in where there is highs. So I think the way you put it is the way that I have been thinking, because I've been asking myself, do you know if KRA decides to approach you the way they have approached this Morara guy, these people will not leave your neck until they make sure your career is ruined, because these people will literally collapse your businesses until you pay your taxes and your dues. You will not even be cleared by IBC if you don't have a clean certificate from KRA. You won't run for president if you are having problems with KRA. That's number one. And I'm sure, as someone who purports to have studied law, he understands that. And the politics behind this issue is quite embarrassing, because I saw that lawsuit by Oscar Sudi. I haven't read it, but I saw he has a suit against Morara. I don't know what essence it was, or they are trying to do something to play with the minds of Kenyans. And I wish to advise my brother Ukangi, who is a close confidant of Morara. It's time Morara starts to understand that his name is too big, and he should act like what his name is, because I have never interacted one-on-one with Morara. And as I've told Mzalendo here before, I am very good in strategy, and that's what we did with the president, and we won the election. And when it comes to getting serious in winning an election, I can do that. And I know what kind of effort it takes to win an election, because I sat in those boardrooms. I sacrificed my time to know what these people do. And when I see these people joking about the seat of presidency, not even a member of parliament seat, I sometimes feel surprised. I think these people don't know what the real numbers are. The way those numbers start streaming in, you start getting shocked. He has to prepare himself for the worst. He has to prepare himself for the worst, because sometimes those numbers might lie to you. Those numbers will lie to you, and the day that ballot box will be opened at 5 p.m., past 5 p.m., the moment the polling station is closed, and now it's time to count the votes, and the first 10 ballot papers does not have your name, your agents will text you, wakwambia hapa kimeumana, because the agents will start detecting like, ai, watu 10 wamehesabiwa, and so far so good, not even your name, not even a spoiled vote under your name is popping up. So I think Morara knows all those things. It's not that yeye ni mgeni Kenya. but he needs people to keep reminding him why we are in this fight in the first place. And when you're reminding him why we are in this fight, remind him to stay humble. Because for as much as we all think the president right now is so unpopular, but he has that soft heart and that humble nature that he was born with, that people know he can come and charm the people again and get to win their hearts. And you know William Ruto so well. So as you work with this Morara guy, as he plans to come to Kisii and Nyamira and get the approval of the people, let him gather these people. Mimi niko kwa Ruto, lakini akiniita, I will go there as a friend and talk to him freely. Sitamdanganya, tampigia kura. I just tell him what I think he should do to beat us, because I feel like he is not doing quite as much as we anticipate him to do. And I want to encourage him to give William Ruto a challenge. And I wish he could even challenge for the party, a challenge hiyo party yetu. Si lazima utengeneze chama yako. Sometimes, you might hate the party, but this party has an institution. It has close to 10 million people behind it. And you are starting your own party and you have close to 100,000 people. For as much as the people will say wewe ni mtu umenunuliwa, if you go there and you want to fight for the party certificate of the presidency, people will start seeing, like, for as much as I'm not advising him to do that, but I'm advising him to do something that does not necessarily mean you are opposing your opponent. You have to do something that will make people see how serious you are with this seat, and make sure that whenever you're doing those things, hii starehe ndogo ndogo weka kando, hii acha, potea, disappear, appear only when people need to see you. Let people demand to see you. Don't just appear before them. Just be there, strategize with your team in the boardroom. Let people know what is going on after umeshafanya kitu. Isikuwe watu wana anticipate Morara kesho atatuomba pesa ya mafuta, kesho atatuomba pesa ya nini. That kind of thing has started
Lakini Vincent, you see, like the other day I saw Morara, and it's good that you brought the issue of opulence. I saw in the social platform that he had bought as 2 state-of-the-art VX products.
Yes.
I saw something like that. I don't know whether it is just speculation or is it out there? Is it something that is true? Is it something that people can verify?
Actually, Jimmy will answer that, but let me jump in. He actually bought a new Prado. I don't know. It's a VX, I think. He bought a new, and I am sure it costs close to 18 million, if I'm not wrong. I don't know the cost of vehicle. I've not bought one myself, but I think for as much as he wants to buy those vehicles to show people that he has money, Kenyans who are behind him, I'm sure Jimmy will agree with me on this. 99% of the youth that are behind Morara are those youths that are hopeless, like me. The people that are hopeless, that are seeking refuge in someone who is ready to listen to them.
I don't think so. I don't think so. A majority of people who are funding Morara are people who are living.
Let's talk about the Gen Z. I'm talking about Gen Z that are supporting what he's doing, what he's doing, not supporting him as a person.
Okay. I get your point.
Yeah, those are those people that are supporting his agenda. Those people who are looking up to him and saying, this guy is not as rich as other people and is not as poor as we are, lakini yeye ameanza kujituma na sisi tutamsupport afike. So mimi nikituma 10 bob na wewe utume 10 bob, if we gather 1000 people who are at my level and send 1000 or 10 bob, that's 10,000 shillings, imetosha mafuta ya campaign. So we are the people who are fueling him, and we are the people that are pushing him to do this. But when he goes ahead and shows us that he can buy a vehicle worth 18 million, I think sometimes look at Kenyans and I'm like,
it doesn't make sense. Jimmy, maybe it makes sense to you. Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy has dropped.
Actually, amefinya kimakosa hiyo. I'm sure alijaribu ku unmute, maybe akafinya leave. But anyway, as he comes back, I think Kenyans are not ready for Morara as president, and I will tell him if I find him. Kenyans are not even ready for Mtata. Kenyans are not ready for Mtata. The only thing that Kenyans are ready for, and I'll tell you Mzalendo, and I hope God will bless me nisimame kiti ya ubunge, because it will be a sweep. It will be a sweep over the length of
Si nataka usimame, sijui ni kiti gani nataka usimame, lakini nataka usimame. I'm ready to support you. Which seat are you looking at? Unataka kusimama wapi? Utataka kujaribu tena huko mahali ulijaribu? Nyamira.
Everybody chache my constituency, mahali tuko na Zahir, is a very good constituency, and I feel like I have the potential to even unseat him because
Zaire sio wachana nayo for now. Zaire.
I know. I campaigned for him and I know him. So I know that there are things that he's not doing right, but I'm not going to run for that seat. I want to just run for my area MCA because
Exactly. That's what I wanted to tell you. Instead of fighting Zaire on the other side, make sure Zaire supports you for the area MCA for that particular ward. As you now gain popularity and doing the right things that other leaders are not doing, then now you can give it a stab in 2032, the area MP, when Zaire and his scouts are out of politics. But let me bring Jimmy, and Jimmy, you've heard what Honorable Vincent has said. I like Honorable Vincent's analysis in this particular forum because we were in UDA together, and he spent most of his time campaigning for William Ruto and ensuring that he wins that particular seat, the presidency. Now, when he talks about Morara, I take him seriously because he's somebody who has been in a campaign trail. So, what do you think, Jimmy?
Yes, Mzalendo, and thank you. Thank you very much. Hii kitu sijaijua kutumia kidogo, ni simu ikiingia inanitoanga kwa show.
Unafinyaga leave instead of kufinya mic when your mic is on mute. You just finya hiyo kitu imechorwa hapo.
You know, like when the phone comes in, it's just like throws me out.
It locks you out. It locks you out.
Yes, and then I have to go back all the way, come in. But yes,
I had, my God.
I think in the user error.
No, I'll give you direct entry to the show.
Okay, there you go. But I heard what Honorable Vincent Machoka just said. I really listened, and I think even when he supports the government of the day, I think his comments are very genuine, and it looks like somebody who is very informed when it comes to politics, and more especially politics za huko home. Yes.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to correct something that he mentioned about the CJ when he first met, or the time that he saw Morara there. That time is when they were attacked from Narok. Those beautiful ladies you saw with him, the guys you saw with him, those are part of the Inject official members were Inject party. Those are people that were attacked there. Walikuwa na patient that they are taken to Kisii, that was beaten, and they just went to have a good time after whatever had happened in Narok. That's what you saw at CJ. I was very much informed about that very day. So you sangine kujiachilia. Remember, Morara is not akina Raila. So sometimes anafanya hizo vitu. I do agree with him that he should act presidential, but something which you do once is nothing wrong. I am a politician myself. Sometimes I go to Bella Vista. Sometimes I go to CJ. Those are local clubs, Mzalendo. You may not know them, but I think
you know. Hey, you know, I what do you mean? I don't know where CJ is. I know places in Kisii, but maybe I wouldn't know. You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
I
but
only know a place where, let me tell you where I know. Is it Kwaroja ama Kwarani? There's a place
you now you ni Vincent anajua hiyo. Koroja wapi huko in
Kwa-
Kisii?
Kwaroja, you see when you see that road that the road that is going towards prison, not towards prison, just before when you reach Kisii town, there's the first, is it the second turn on your right when you're from Nairobi?
That's
Then when you go down, when I'm going to my rural home, there's a place I normally pass there to buy my friends some drinks. It's an wholesale. They sell wines and spirits there, a lot of it. So I have forgotten
within
the
CBD.
Yeah, it's within the CBD, just next to the
Yeah, but
roundabout that is up
yes,
there.
so that route, that
It's
route you're
under
talking about, all
it's
the
under the
clubs are
ground.
in that route. I know it. I know it.
It's on the
I'll tell you the
basement.
name. I
It's
know
on the
it.
basement. You know the place, yeah.
I know the place.
So
That's
I
why.
know
If
Kisii.
you know that place,
Yeah.
most people in
What do you
Kisii
mean?
don't even know that place.
Not so many people in Kisii. Even Vincent, I don't think he knows that place.
He knows. He does. If he drinks it, he
Mm-hmm.
knows. He knows that place. It's called Kisii something. Kisii wines and something.
Yeah, Kisii wines and spirits. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was expecting Vincent to worry about the security, and I think that's what he was trying to allude of Morara being at CJ. But that's a place where Omingo Magara goes. That's a place where Senator Onyonga have gone with him in those places. And so, yes, I agree with Vincent that Morara need to watch that, especially with his age and stuff like that. That's something of concern. But for that particular day that he mentioned, I know why they were there. And some of those guys, they have never visited Kisii. That was their first time to be in Kisii, so they needed to go to those places, and that's why he joined them. But it wasn't purely because of Wasichana Warembo. No, those were actually workers. Those were people that he went
Work
with.
for Inject Party.
They work for Inject. Yes, those are the secretary generals who are there. Basically the neck of the party. That's what it was there. So it was a totally a fan, but it was a kind of an official, to escape him. The guy was actually in hospital. The guy was beaten. So, but
I saw he was beaten very badly.
Yes, very bad, very bad, very bad. And that guy was at the hospital. Even Narok was a problem. They couldn't even sleep because they were being followed. They had to go on hostile ground, which at that moment was Kisii. So that's what happened. But I do agree with Vincent that truly presidential is not something of a joke. It's something that you need to be prepared, and it's something that takes a lot. And more especially when it comes to votes. Hizi mambo za kura zikitokezea zinatokezea. Even Raila was shocked how hizo kura za UDA, the way Vincent was bringing them. But you see,
I am telling you, Jimmy, wait for Vincent to tell you the plan that UDA had. Is when you'll know that this presidency is not just a joke. To plan for a presidential race, it is something that is in another world. Ni ligi ingine sisi tunaiona tu maybe kwa mtandao ama kwa gazeti, but it's something on another level.
But you see, Mzalendo, politics, acha nikwambie tu kweli. Politics, the way MCA ana win kura, the way MP, the way governor, the way president, it's the same. Hii siasa ni ngumu, by the way. You may look at it. Unajua hii siasa, it's won within the last 2-3 days, the election. I am telling you, that's when you really know that you are going to win. Otherwise, kitambo.
If you wait for the last 3 days, you are dead. I'll tell you that.
I'm telling you, I'm just surprised at what you just said. You let me tell you.
Let me say, let me say
If you buy,
something,
if you
because
buy, if you buy, yeah,
let me
unless you're
say let me
buying
say something.
IBC officials. Hmm?
Let me say, you know, I've been in this game, my friends.
Hmm?
Mimi nimekuwa ballot from 2007 to now, my
Hmm?
friends. So when I'm saying what I'm saying, it's just out of personal experience. I know something. I know something. If I haven't known out of these elections, uni 5 or 6 of them, ambao nimekuwa kwa
Hmm?
ballot, I know
Hmm?
what I'm talking about. I'm know what I'm talking about. Ulikuwa unasikianga ile kitu atuwe weka jina yako kwa ballot peke yake. Itself, just putting your name on the ballot, kuingia kwa ballot itself, mzalendo, is not easy.
Hmm?
Atumeingiza jina yako mzalendo, umeamka
Ni
kutoka hapo,
ngumu, ni
umeenda
ngumu, ni ngumu,
umeweka
ni
jina
ngumu.
yako. My friend, it's not easy. This last election, I was almost locked out. I was not going to be on the ballot. I was almost locked out, being a veteran of ambao niko unayumba yumba from UDA to ODM to unajipata hata independent ni last minute. But what I was saying,
Hiyo
hata
nayo
kama
ni ukweli
umepanga kura
kabisa.
yako, hata kama umepanga mpango yako for last 2 years, if you don't do the right things the last 2 days election, wewe kwisha, you have no business. Wewe enda jenga magorofa, jengea watu ABCD, peana pesa kama Sonko. If you don't protect kura zako, that's what I mean, by the way. If you
Now,
didn't hear
Jimmy,
me,
just to
kama
add on
wezi,
what you are saying, that what you're saying is
yes,
very, very true. For these seats, for seats like MP, MCA, I've not run for presidency, but I've been on now 2 presidential campaigns, one for UDA and one for Raila Odinga, and no, 3 and one for Kibaki. Now, elections, you know those 2 days, hizo 2 days
yes,
ndio unapata wanasiasa kama Jimmy wamechoka kabisa
yes,
hizo siku mbili, because you've spent a lot of money on some campaigns for a whole month or for 1 year. Then the last minute when you need to have like 10 million,
agents.
you don't have it.
Hakuna. You don't have it. Now you go. Now you go. That's exactly what I was talking about.
That
The
is
last
what
2 days.
Honorable Vincent, that
And
is what he's saying. When you
yes,
really
and
need the money, you don't have it.
let me tell you, before Vincent,
maybe
Vincent, you know
before Jimmy says something,
Hmm?
let me add to what Mzalendo said. If you can
yes,
Hmm?
remember the last rally the president now did when he was deputy at Kirigiti, because
Yes.
intelligence, our opinion polls had told him we were going to lose the seat of Thika Town, hii yenye Alice Ng'ang'a ako nayo. And if the president had made it to Kirigiti in time and made that last rally and pray to the people to at least convince them, we had lost that seat. So, for as much as you want to say that this last minute kuchunga kura is also important, you have to also know that you have to also know which seat or what are we going to lose in the last moment. Lazima ukue hands on. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa najaribu kusema. You have to have the right people around you. That's the only thing that you have to do. Because the last minute hauwezi fanya kila kitu peke yako. No. You will have to have the right team to do the right thing for you, and they have to be so loyal to you.
You know, you've gone for an election, Jimmy, and you've
yes.
lost the election. You're maybe number 2, number 3, there, 4. Then you go
Mi
home
hata
to
nimekuwa
sleep.
number last.
Ama ukuwe number last. Then you are going home. Unaota tumeshinda election.
No, huwa unaotanga before, not after elections.
And
Because the reality,
unaota like elections have not been done. You are still in the race. And ulikuwa
those are
umeota
people.
kumbe elections zilishaisha na mbunge akachaguliwa. But anyway, that was on a light note. Back to our point is that these elections that are coming in 2027, we had analyzed how Ruto is not popular, and I think we exhausted that with Vincent, who was in the middle. He was in the kitchen, saying that right now the opinion polls are saying that William Ruto indeed is not very, very popular on the ground. Now, there's a new development that I want us to touch on very fast. And I want us to watch these two videos, and then you give me your analysis and what you think is the future of this political party.
Joluo, we have an identity. We have an identity. If you lose that identity for any easy victories, we are going to pay for it in future. Our loss of identity should never arise, and if we make compromises, there must be compromises that are justifiable before God and before justice, considerations of justice. Constitutions are never suspended. The law can never be suspended. You must always live by the dictates of the Constitution. If you suspend them, you may be happy now, but in the future, you regret. When Hitler formed his first government, it was a coalition. And that coalition died. Those parties completely died. So what I pray for is that the party called ODM, you can stand any storm. And even if you make compromises, you must make compromises on matters of principle. Not be part of praise and worship. We must stand firm. We must stand firm. We must stand firm. Even now in my chambers, I don't go to courts anymore. If I can tell you how many people come and say, can you go to court again? My little son, my little daughter was abducted. Kenya is crying. Kenya is crying that we must stop abductions. We must stop extrajudicial killing so that we can build a truly democratic republic. The word republic has a meaning which we can talk about another day. So on my part, I want my conscience to be clear. I want my conscience to be clear that when there were abductions, at least in a public place, I said no to abductions. And I'm saying this because Roseline, this December, not 3 years ago, not 4 years ago, this December, she was telling the Republic of Kenya, the government Republic of Kenya, stop abductions, stop extrajudicial killing. And when she did that, they took away the money for the commission. Workers could not be paid, they could not carry out their work, and that is very normal in government. When there's too much sycophancy, people lose sight.
Well, you've heard it from the working constitution himself, Honorable James Agri Orengo, the governor of Siaya. That happened last evening in the funeral of the late Human Rights Commissioner Roseline. I don't know his other name, I've forgotten. So Roseline was buried just the other day. I think she was suffering from cancer, and she passed on. This is a human rights activist. She was very, very influential in highlighting the cases of those who have been abducted by the Kenya Kwanza government. What is your take, Jimmy, on what James Orengo has just said? I remember his party is now working with William Ruto's government.
You know, this is very funny. Orengo was speaking his heart out, and he was calling for masses to know that even when they're in the government, his conscience need to be clear that he doesn't want to be a part of a country that suspends the constitution to just favor that particular moment. And those are the voices you hear from Sifuna and the likes of Babu Wino. Now, when
Jimmy,
this government,
Jimmy, excuse me, Jimmy. Some the guys in the commentary section can barely hear you. Can you come closer to the
oh,
microphone, please? Yeah, there.
okay.
You
Can you hear me now?
good.
Is that better? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay,
Much better.
okay. I'm sorry about
Yes.
that. Yeah,
Uh,
I was just saying, just to reiterate what I was just saying, is that the voices of Orengo, what you are hearing Governor Orengo is saying, is basically is warning the current government of which he is a part of because of the broad-based government of His Excellency Raila, that he wants, even after this government, his conscience is clear that you cannot suspend the constitution just to favor the abductions you are doing or the wrongs you are doing to Kenyans. He wants to be involved in a government that is for the people. And that's why you're hearing people like Babu Wino, people like Sifuna, cascading and talking really against this suspension of the constitution. So those are things that are telling us, even in ODM, there are people who, Scotias, they have some question marks of the dealings of what is going on in the broad-based government. But I do want to remind our listeners here, these things we take them like as a joke. But when Raila got audience from Ruto, he appointed these guys from his side. Ombesa governor, the former Kakamega governor. You heard the guy saying that I was not consulted. Raila just appointed, chose the names, did not consult them. And they were forced to take those positions because they are loyal. In politics, there's something called loyalty. So that's why some of those people took those positions. It's not that they like the position. It's not like they wanted to be a part of Vincent's government. No, they were being loyal to Raila, but they are warning him. Now, I do want to touch something about this Uhuru. I think we spoke about it a few minutes ago. There is also this school of thought that is saying the three gentlemen, Kabogo, I think Kagwa and the Nakuru governor Lee, Ruto approached them and they gave instructions to Ruto. I don't know if you have heard this woman, that we can only join your government if you can seek audience with Uhuru. And the moment Ruto met Uhuru, these guys came in. What am I trying to say? These guys, they were serving their own personal interest. This is just a rumor. It's not something that I know or I'm privy to, but it can also be true. This is just a rumor that started after Uhuru's statement yesterday, that they just wanted to be clear with the Mulima that Uhuru is a part of that arrangement. So Uhuru was not really consulted. They just made an appearance, and then the next thing, these guys are appointed. So Uhuru was like, what? And everybody now believes that Uhuru gave those names. There is a chance that he didn't do that. Ruto, be it who is a smart guy, and he knows how to play politics. So hii mambo ya siasa, as we see now, Gachagwa's team is called Kenya One. I think they're coming up with something called Kenya One, whereby huyu Washugishu governor Gachagua, Kalonzo, and Wamaru and the likes are building in together to bring a different and actually even Matiang'i in that circle against Ruto government. You cannot work in isolation in Kenyan politics. You have to have some kind of coalition, and that is what we are seeing in the Gachagua, which is called Kenya One coalition that's coming up. This 2025 year is that is what is building in. Now, these people, Babu Wino and Sifuna, and now what you're hearing from Orengo, those are dissenting voices that are coming from ODM. So we are going to see very new things going forward in this 2025. This is a year that I believe a coalition is going to be coming that's going to be against Ruto. It's not going to be easy to take Ruto out of government. He's a very smart guy. It is with very young mind, and it's going to be tough to get him off. But yes, I like the forces, like the reasonings of the Orengos and the senator of Nairobi and senator of Kisii also. Those are like-minded people that can change that country, and I still believe that there are people that can take Ruto out. But that is going to be a coalition of people with like-minded that are focused on one agenda to take Ruto out of power. Because let's face it, Vincent, I know Ruto was your guy. Me, Ruto was not my guy. Me, I was on the other side of Azimio. But the truth is, the country is headed towards the wrong directions. These things that are happening are things that we can't assume. There are things we can't assume. You are bringing so much division in a country that was very stable politically. We may not have as much as the, let's say, for Rwanda, these other countries, Ghana, that are doing well politically in terms of democracy. But Kenya, in terms of East Africa, has been the #1 country that has been stable, even after the 2008 crashes or 2002. But we still marched out of that being united. What Ruto is doing, in my view, is not something that I would want to entertain. It's not something that I want to associate myself. And I want even those people who supported him, which a majority of those people are against his own government. That is something that we need to recognize. It's something that we need to point. We need the country united, even without a leader. We must be united first before we can move forward. Yes, Mr.
All right. Thank you very much, Jimmy. I know Vincent has got something to say about that. Vincent, karibu sana. Before I play a video for Sifuna, but I would have loved to play Sifuna video before I invite Honorable Vincent Machoka to come in. Yeah.
Okay.
So
play,
that
play.
you comment. Yes.
My party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Mimi ndio Sifuna, katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, senator wa kaunti ya Nairobi na naibu kiranja wa walio wachache ndani ya bunge la Senate. Nimefika hapa kama nyinyi wote nitoe pole zangu kwa familia ya mwenda zake Roseline, kwa sababu huyu mama ambaye amelala hapa leo alikuwa ni mtetezi wa kwanza wa haki za wanyonge na haki za kibinadamu. Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, mimi wakati tumekuwa katika likizo pale Disemba, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights ilitoa statement moja kali sana. Wengi ambao tunaamini katika uhuru na haki tulishabikia hiyo statement. Hatukujua kwamba Roseline alikuwa anatoa hiyo statement akiwa mgonjwa, akiwa hospitali. Mimi nataka ujiulize wewe leo. Wewe hauna kansa, wewe si mgonjwa, hauko hospitali, mkono yako yote mbili uko nayo. Mwenyezi Mungu amekubariki na siku, lakini hauwezi kuzungumza wakati ambapo unaona haki za binadamu na haki za Wakenya zikikandamizwa. Si unafaa usikie aibu? Kama mtu wako mgonjwa hospitali lakini yeye ndiye anakutetea, wewe mwenyewe huwezi kujitetea, itakuwaje? Nataka kwa niaba ya makao makuu ya chama cha ODM, kwa niaba ya wananchi wote wa Nairobi na kwa niaba yangu mwenyewe na familia yangu, niseme pole sana kwa kumpoteza huyu shujaa ambaye alikuwa anasimamia mambo ya haki. Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, kitu ambacho wengi hawajui ni kwamba baada ya hiyo statement kutolewa na Kenya National Commission of Human Rights, walinyang'anywa pesa. Vice Chair yuko hapa, they lost over 100 million shillings from their budget because of standing up and saying they condemn abductions. Sasa ile kitu ambayo imebaki ni sisi wengine ambao tutasimama hapa katika hafla hii ya kumzindikisha Roseline, lazima tuwe wa kweli. Na Bishop, leo umenisaidia sana kwa sababu mimi nitajificha nyuma yako, mtu akijaribu kudorushia ngumi apige Bishop, shauri yake, kutenda shetani. Bishop has challenged us as leaders to do what? To stand up and speak truth to power. When something is wrong, we all have a responsibility to say that it is wrong. Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, wewe saa hii ulisema unaenda kutafuta kiti ya AU. And as your Secretary General, there are instructions you left to me. I don't know if ODM has more than one Secretary General. I am the only one. You told me that we must retain the identity of the political party called ODM as a beacon of hope for Kenyans, chama ambacho kitasimama na haki kila siku, mvua ije ama jua ije. Hiyo ndio instructions uliniwachia. Baba, nataka niseme kama katibu wako, ukienda AU upate ukose, mimi nitakurudishia chama chako jinsi ambavyo uliniwachia. Jinsi ambavyo uliniwachia. Baba, kuna watu wananiambia ati tukiona mtu kama huyu rafiki yangu Kiborek na wenzake wanasimama wanasema 2027 kura ya Ruto isipotosha watajaza. Ati ninyamaze tu nitakuharibia kura ya AU. Wanasema baba, saa hii tukiona unafiki ambao uko kwa serikali, wanasema wachukue hata watoto ya watu wanawashika, hawawaleti kotini, wanapotelea huko, abductions zinazidi, ati SG wako anyamaze kwa sababu nitakuharibia kura ya AU. Baba, watoto wamefungua shule saini wiki mbili. Serikali kuu haijatuma pesa ya capitation, wananiambia Sifuna nyamaza, unaharibia baba kura ya AU. Bishop, wacha kama Mungu atanipiga radi nikufe, anipige tu. Lakini vile umeniambia leo nitasimama kwa ukweli. Kama mambo ni mbaya katika taifa letu, lazima tutasema mambo ni mabaya. Baba, mambo hayako mazuri hapa Kenya na lazima tutaendelea kuzungumza. Ndugu yangu Kiborek, wewe unasema tupe William Ruto nafasi afanye kazi yake. Akikampeni yeye mwenyewe ndiye alituambia akiweka Biblia chini. Akiweka Biblia chini inamaanisha nini? Kwani unachukua miaka 10 kuweka Biblia chini? Sio sisi tulisema, ni yeye mwenyewe alisema ako na mpango, anajua kazi, akiweka Biblia chini atatatua hii maneno. Kwa hivyo tukimkosoa tunamkosoa kwa maneno yake mwenyewe. Kwa hayo mengi mimi naomba huyu Roseline, I pray that Roseline will continue to be proud of the people she has left behind, including members of my party ODM. Vile Bishop umesema, sisi we must stop being sycophants. We must stop being sycophants. If something is wrong, it is wrong. Na mimi sitajiunga na hawa ndugu zetu wengine wa ODM, wameingiza mrija ndani ya serikali ya Ruto, wanavuta maziwa peke yao, alafu wanasema katibu mkuu anyamaze. Nazungumza kwa niaba ya hawa ambao maziwa haikuji kwa hiyo mrija. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki.
Well, you had it. I don't have to add anything. Vincent, come in.
Yeah, literally, mnanisikia?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. I should start with what Orengo said. You know, I have so much respect for Senior Counsel Orengo because he has really tried to fight for what we are enjoying now. He's among the framers of the constitution that we are enjoying. He's among the the reason why our parliament institution is working a little bit. For as much as I said earlier that I don't like the way they rubber stamp most of the things that the president pushes to them. So, but I really like the way they tried and came up with very good standing orders, especially in the Senate and some in Parliament. So when Orengo stands to speak as a person who has been a defender of the law, he is justified to do so, and he understands the principle that he who comes to seek justice must come thee with clean hands. That's one thing that he knows as a person who practices the law. So in his county, for as much as I want to base my argument from that point of he who comes to seek justice, I feel like Orengo hasn't also lived to his code of conduct as a governor of Siaya, because if you sit down and look at the life that the people of Siaya are living in, and you compare with what other people in other counties are living, you will be surprised that he has spent so much money building a stadium, and there are no roads. There is very low connectivity to electricity. There are very poor classroom conditions. ECD teachers are not paid properly and in time. The healthcare system in that area is not working properly because the hospitals have no drugs. But you can't hear those things happen because even the member of county assembly themselves fear him because they believe he is a walking constitution. There is nothing that they can incriminate him with because they believe he knows how to clean his messes. That's one thing, and I wish to be challenged on that part. But I'm sure that we all agree that when you are a lawyer, you know what will incriminate you, and you rather tie the loose ends before you are caught up. So Orengo has committed so much crime, but because he knows how to clean his messes, you can't catch him on that. So we will believe and assume, for argument's sake, that he is clean, as per se. Let me say per se. And again, he said something that I've also said, and I've made myself clear in this platform, that I have never been part, and I will never be party to anything that is called unlawful arrests and abductions or suspension of the constitution, as he said, because I believe in constitutionalism, and I believe that there is a way you can maneuver the law. You don't have to break it to achieve whatever objective that is it you want to achieve. So I say that I don't support anybody who supports or who lines up with breaking the constitution. It has happened that there's been so much going on that we are all confused on who to listen to and who to believe, because the constitution gave independent powers to institutions like the police service through the IG, gave independent powers to the DCI, it gave independent powers to the DPP and to the judiciary to complete the criminal justice system. And it safeguarded places for human rights commissions like the one Roseline Odede was leading. May her soul rest in peace. It constituted bodies like IPOA to oversight. So when you see the criminal justice system complaining when we have given them the constitutional mandate to protect us, to investigate, to prosecute, and to rule. Those are the four fundamental functions of the criminal justice of Kenya. You see them throwing some letters on the social media that they don't even know who is doing this. Sometimes when you sit down and look at the Constitution of Kenya, you feel like it is an embarrassment to people that sat down and wrote the Constitution and gave powers to these institutions because they don't even know they are independent. That's one sad fact about it. These institutions don't know they are independent. In fact, the president should not even command anything. They should not even submit to the president. In fact, the reason why even the president can be powerful than them is because majority of these people are unqualified to be in those offices. In fact, if you look at, for example, the qualification of the police officers or the people that are working in the DCI or whatever, majority of these people are had very, very low grades. They are there courtesy of corruption. Majority of them are there because their parents bribed the officials for them to get a chance to work as police officers. So when you look at this scenario from the angle that I usually look at, you realize that this problem of unconstitutionalism is not even the president's problem. It's the institutional problem, because if parliament is not working, if the judiciary is not working, the DCI is not working, the police service is not working, and the ODPP is not working, how are we going to even fight corruption? How are we going to investigate such kind of matters of abduction? How are we going to investigate? We have to have institutions working, and these institutions cannot work on their own. There have to be people of integrity in those offices, and there's no way we are going to clean the entire system on a single day, because we also need experienced people in such kind of positions, and you can't know somebody is experienced unless you give him work, or you give him the job to try. So I think like this problem of abduction, and we should as a people, and I will advise my brother Jimmy, because he's a close confidant of Morara, to turn their blazes, their guns, to fight the criminal justice system of this country, so that it becomes fair to everyone. It realizes its power and its independence. If the people have realized how powerful they are, and they have realized how sovereign they are, and how they are bigger, how they have been given so many rights in the constitution, more than what the executive has. If the people have realized that, what is wrong with the people who work in those offices, our relatives, our brothers and sisters who are working in such kind of offices? What is the problem? So I want to advise those people that have the audience of the Kenyans, to help Kenyans also understand that these problems cannot end by just fighting the president. These problems can only end if we fight the entire criminal justice system, because that's where our problem lies. These are the people that are going to clear Morara in the future. These are the same people that are going to clear Morara, and then maybe if for sure he has not paid his due to KRA, these are the kind of people that will clear Morara with all these dues. These are the same people that will clear Morara to run for president with 183 million owed to KRA. These are the same people that will clear the corrupt individuals to run for member of parliament. These are the same people that will clear judges. These are the people that clear mawaziri. If we don't fight this criminal justice system, and I will never stop fighting this thing, because I know we can change presidents, we can change leadership, but unless we fight this criminal justice system and make it fair and make them independent, we are not going to win the war against corruption. We are not going to win the war against unconstitutionalism. So whether Sifuna jumps up and down and defends his party's policies, whether Orengo is a walking constitution who knows how to clean his messes, we have to fight the criminal justice system so that it does not despair anyone, so that this criminal justice can serve the president and serve the common mwananchi. It can look at the common mwananchi from the eyes of justice, the same way it looks at the president from the eyes of justice. It can give immunity to someone who has not been proven guilty, the same way it gives immunity to the president to appear in court. So I think the only war that we have, and the war that we must win, which I know is so difficult to win, is the war on criminal justice system. And I will try my level best to make sure that I be vocal on this area, because this is the only area that if we win the war, the issue of abduction will end, the issue of the corruption that we see in the system will end, and the issue of recycling incompetent politicians, corrupt politicians, politicians who have not gone to school, people who have fake papers, they are cleared by the same EACC, the same DCI to run for this kind of seats, and you expect these people to perform in high offices. So I have listened to these two leaders speak so well, passionately. But there's one thing I usually hate about leadership. Don't ever be the side of populism for as much as you are objective. Don't be party to people cheering you. Don't be that leader that people will always claim to be loving on social media, because these people can lie to you. Sometimes don't say things that people will clap at, because sometimes you might be wrong also. So I think Sifuna has been on the right side for a very long time, but at some point there are things he said that made him also look like he does not even live up to his own word, because they know he is running a party called ODM. And we know how ODM from history has been. They have been saying that the D in ODM has been silent all through. And he knows that himself. He knows that he can be kicked out of the party anytime. By Ababu Namwamba was kicked out. So he knows that. So he has to be also careful that what he says in public and what he does in private are two different things, because he has to tell Baba, lazima pia tuoneshe wananchi tuko na wao. You know, that's what politics is, and that's the saddest part of what politics. And the populist politicians always put these politicians that are leaders in trouble, especially Raila. The reason why the likes of Kiborek that he was quoting told him that you are jeopardizing Raila Odinga's seat is because Raila Odinga is not supposed to be mentioned in the local politics anymore. He's supposed to be isolated completely with the local politics so that he can focus on the international politics. Because the moment you mention Raila Odinga in such kind of issues, and it hits the news of the continent, it makes some leaders and some people in other countries to reconsider. They can even tell the president to not vote for this guy, because whatever is happening in his country under his watch is wrong. And that's why sometimes I usually say Raila Odinga is not fear, is not fear, he does not fear people. He faced William Ruto in Siaya and told him hii kitu ishe. Nimeongea na rafiki yangu na make sure hii kitu imeisha mara moja. And that's how you're supposed to be as a leader. Don't expect people to clap at you all the time, or to clap for you all the time. Sometimes make these painful decisions and tell people that you are going to, maybe through parliament where you are elected to serve, summon these people that are in the criminal justice system, the IG and the DCI and all these people, DPP, and inquire about the progress of the investigations that's how you handle these things constitutionally also, because this populism politics only helps you get some claps today, and then tomorrow people have forgotten about what you did. So let's for once turn our guns and face the criminal justice face on. It's a tough fight, but we can win if we decide.
Well, thank you. Yes, say something. Even as that should be your closing remarks. Yeah, finally.
Well, before I even give closing, I just wanted to know this gentleman, Vincent. He seems to be very knowledgeable and knowing what is going on.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, because actually I don't know him, but I think he's somebody that
You'd love to have in the party.
Yes.
Yeah. Vincent is somebody who will be very, very resourceful.
Yeah,
you can only find such people on a freak.
In a freak show. That's why I always tune. That's why I always tune in. Lakini sasa, he supported His Excellency Ruto, and that is just not to tag him. But I'm wondering, as of today, as of yesterday, is he still with Ruto? Is he still supporting the president? And if he's not, who is he supporting now?
He's here. He can answer that question. I mean, Vincent, please, I don't want to answer it for you.
Okay, I know you will echo my words later. So, my brother Jimmy, in this politics, we always say it's about interests. And when your interests converge, you work together. And there is never permanent enemies and permanent friends in politics. And as I usually say, all politicians are cousins. Those are my three principles in this space. And I know that if Morara was to lose the next election but become second, he will find a way of engaging with the winner. That's what politics has turned out to be everywhere in the world. So right now, I have spent the entire childhood and my youth learning politics from William Ruto and Raila Odinga, and greatly from William Ruto because he's a go-getter and I am one, and we kind of have so many things in common. I usually love to read a lot. I love to learn and to have answers to almost every question that is asked. So when I got a chance to engage in politics, 2014, 2015, all the way to 2022, I had a chance to also learn and experience what politics is. And I learned from him that sometimes when you work with someone, you have to have some sense. And you said it yourself, Jimmy, that you have to have the sense of loyalty to lead you, because that's the only way you can learn politics. Because if you be someone who jumps from one place to another, you're not going to learn this thing so well. So to answer your question directly, and I don't like beating through the bush, I have supported William Ruto since, and I still believe in my heart that he has not done badly on so many things, but there are things that I don't agree with the way he has handled them, especially the issue of protests. Since 2023, when Azimio was protesting, I didn't agree with the way the police handled the protests. For as much as I don't agree with the way also Azimio handled the protests, the same thing happened to June last year. There was so many things that could have gone right but didn't go right because there was a lot of misinformation that came from the side of government, and I wasn't in a position where I could inform anyone. I tried to go to TVs and radios. I did what I could. I educated some people, but there was a lot that was misinformed, and it had already gotten into the mind of Kenyans. So when I look at those things that the president has done right and those things that the president has done wrong, and I said here before you joined that our popularity as a party and as people that are with the president has dropped from where it was 2 years ago. And we are anticipating that in 2 years' time, maybe if the economy recovers well, and the things that I mentioned here, the 7 things that the president has to do going forward, if he manages to achieve even 60% of those 7 things, he's going to regain again the popularity. That's my mentality. And to say that I'm supporting the president, it means that I am supporting everything he's doing. No, I'm not. I have my mind and I have my independent mind. The same way as you're supporting your candidate, you also should have your independent mind so that you have a chance to be open minded, so that you can correct your leader when he's wrong, so that you can tell him, bro, you are naked. No, no. That's how you shape your leader. From my point of view, I have never approached nobody has ever approached me the way you have approached me with such a direct question, because nobody has ever wanted me to jump ship, because I've never met so many people who want me to learn their side of view. But now that you asked a direct question, right now I am a member of the party of UDA because I have never found another party to jump to, and I'm not intending to do so. But sharing and exchanging notes does not mean that you can't dine with your enemies. You can dine with me, we can share notes, we can see where the future holds, so that by the time we get to 2027, we can now sit down and calculate the numbers. And I will tell you for free, if we get to 2026 and I see the numbers are not favoring us, I'll be the first person to inform Africa that this election is not going to be easy for us, because we have lost a lot of numbers that we had. And I will tell you then who has the numbers, so that we can agree with you that we are going to this election and this is the way we are going to do it. If we are going to win, we are going to do this. But for now, I would love that we be the people that exchange notes from other side, from different political sides, so that we learn from each other. Because if we all go and put our eggs in one basket, we are not going to learn from this side. That's why I told you people are castigating Casimel because they think he has betrayed them. But Casimel has opened himself to a learning opportunity. He is learning from the people who are already in the system. For as much as most of the people might disagree with him, you will be surprised that Casimel will be a member of parliament in 2027 just by siding with Raila Odinga. That's how politics is, and that's how we learn. So me and Jimmy come from the same community. Probably we might not come from the same county, but we come from the same community. We speak the same language, and we both know that there is a lot of disquiet from our community. Today, I saw so many exchanges from our community, and I have not said that thing because I didn't want to engage in their wars,
because I know sometimes when you are silent, you confuse your enemies, and I want to keep them confused because most of them expect me nianze kutukana huyu atukane huyu. Me, I don't do that. I relax, I collect my facts, and then when I get a chance to reiterate them, I do it with confidence. So Jimmy, we are going to engage so much, and I will love to also have your number so that sometimes we can exchange notes and share. For now, I'm just like a Kenyan who is watching what is going on. We are about to start marking what we signed with the president. As from next year, we are going to start looking at one by one. Did we achieve this? No, we didn't. Did we do this? We didn't. So if we didn't do even one, what am I doing here? Now, then I'll tell you, bro, this time now you can tell me where we are headed to, and I'll tell you if I'm ready to join you. I don't know if I have answered you, but I believe Muzalendo will help me explain it in layman terms.
No, I can't add anything to what you say. You can also see it on the comment section that today I've got a very interesting panelist. People have learned a lot of politics, and here on Africa we are very open. We tell the candidates the truth. If you jump in, we are not psychophants. If it is Jimmy, who I know very well, is the chairman for Inject Political Movement. And he comes up and tells us the challenges that they are having in the party, and that is how we build a better country for each and everyone. When we talk about the real issues and what is happening within our political circles, we are all politicians on this platform. Nobody is new in politics. So most of us have been on the ballot. Most of us have been shortchanged. We've lost. We've won in other areas. But most importantly, we are discussing the country and what is good for the country. You've seen, Jimmy. You've heard from Vincent. He's he's a young man, but he's not a psychopath. You will not just support Ruto because Ruto was my candidate in 2022, is now the president. If he's failing on policies, he has to be called out. We've called out Ruto before, but he has gone back to the old ways of doing things. So that is the biggest problem, and it is the challenge of the moment. Leaders don't learn that this kind of electorates are not the same as the ones that you met in 1960 or in the 70s. These are a more sophisticated group of people, are more complicated. Jimmy, you'll be surprised when I talk to youths. There's this youth called Gen Zs. There's a youth that steps in here and tells me, Zalendo, you think that our problem is roads. Why do I need a road if I can get a job and fly to wherever I want to go on a chopper? Why do I need all that? I only need a good economy. So that kind of thinking, then you give them an MP who is focused on the old ways of doing things, then you realize that you are in a different level of thinking, a different completely. Now, guys, we've done 4 hours. I want to give you a few moments so that you give me your closing remarks. I will start with, of course, Honorable Vincent, kijana wa Gen Z. Please, go ahead.
Maybe Jimmy was responding to me on the issue of who I
Jimmy,
support. Maybe
Jimmy, you have got something to say. I can give you 2 minutes or 5 minutes to say whatever you want to say.
Yeah, this Vincent guy, he actually reminds me of Morara. He's a very good orator, and he chooses his words very right. And I just wanted to know where he stands, and he has really, quite frankly, answered me, but in a very
in a very, he's not been straight
he
to
has
the
tried to be
point.
politically
Correct
correct,
in his words.
but yes, and I don't blame him. A lot of people that were supporting um, our president Ruto are disappointed equally like he is. What I'm very happy about him is that he knows the game, that this is all about interest. And I was just trying to get from his point of view that all these things Ruto is doing, selling our airport, right now kuna shamba ingine huko amepeana huko where he is about 200 acres. All these things that he has been doing and he continues to do, that he agrees with it. From what I'm hearing Vincent saying, he does not agree with them. He's affected, and he's on the people's side. That is what I really like. I like people who are open-minded. And yes, Vincent, you did answer my question. I did get where you're coming from, but I want to invite you to an open forum whereby I'm not saying you are a sycophant by all means, because I don't think you are. You are an intellect person, and I know you are sound mind. I can see that. I can hear that. I can see that. But what I want us to know is that we don't. If for example, Zaire, and I don't want to open this. I think we're supposed to be giving closing remarks. Let me just say
No, no,
this.
no, no.
Forget
Just,
about Zaire.
I mean, hey, just go on. You guys, I don't pay you a dime to be on the show, so you
Okay,
can say what
okay,
you want.
okay. The last election before Zaire won, Vincent Tongi lost because I campaigned for Vincent Tongi. He lost to Zaire. This is why I'm telling you about the 3 days to election. Zaire did what he had to do with the money and ABCD. Tongi did not have that money. But you know what? Zaire won the election when we were campaigning for the governor Ngwae. Now, this election hii ya kupita hii Zaire alikuja kuchukua is because he landed the hard way. He did the very best thing the last minute, and he won an election. So Vincent wanting to go for the member of parliament is something not bad, is achievable. But what you were telling him to start from MCA is a good thing. You know why? Because that's where the changes are needed. Bottoms up. Hiyo ya Ruto. You will be very effective. Take an example of this guy, Kakamega. What's this guy? Huyu Ruto alifukuza juzi.
Malala.
Malala. Alianzia MCA. Look at where he is. Even when he lost the governorship, he's still very relevant. So yes, Vincent, as a young person, I want to echo, I put my number there, but I want to take this conversation beyond even Africa. That all of us have a responsibility of calling it the way it is. If Ruto is taking our country towards the wrong direction, we should call it as such. And I'm proud of you of actually coming out even in this social streets to even call it the way it is. It shows me that you are not a sycophant, but you are a patriot. And those are the people that we like to share, because I'm not a sycophant for Morara. That's why I said ni kichwa ngumu, and he knows it, ni kichwa ngumu. But we have to mold him. 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 So yes, Ruto anatuangusha vibaya sana. He has actually, freedom. I don't know, Vincent. Kenya has not, Sudan and these my countries uone hawa watu wanaitwa ni Rwanda. Rwanda, look, when a country goes wrong, Kenya has not gotten to that level because we have been very resilient. But hii inchi, it made me start hii national anthem kuisoma to understand what it says. This country called Kenya, we owe a lot to it. Having a peaceful country is the best thing you ever have. Some of us have lived in these countries that are not our homeland. We always, when we go to Kenya, unajisikia tu, there is fresh air, yani hiyo stress unaitoa, there's something good about your own country. East, west, south, home is home. So, Bwana Vincent, thank you for engaging with us today. And personally, I thank for thank Mzalendo and the team. Pole kwa kijana wetu. I heard you when I came to the show. Akona matanga, I didn't know that. I'm very sorry about that. Please peana pole yetu. We are with him, and we want to be with him even in these times that he's grieving. I didn't know that he lost the mom 2 months ago. It's a very nice guy. Asante sana Mzalendo for the platform. And Vincent, engage. I'm also trying to be a frequent visit in this Africa, and tutaleta Mrara hapa tumuulize maswali. Atuambie kichwa
No,
yake ngumu ni aje.
you promised to bring Morara. I don't know when you are going to do this. We are open.
He is open, but hii time ya show bwana, naona saa hii saa ngapi bwana Kenya bwana? Unajua hii
We can organize a show for him, but leaders need to be available at any time, especially
Yes,
when
true.
you're talking to a constituency that you can win their hearts. You need to be available for them.
True.
Yeah. So this show would be good for people in the diaspora. So it is also important that he appears in the show, especially you.
Tutamgrill.
To mgrill apate Vincent hapa apate I would like it's called Mburu to moderate that discussion. I think we'll get the
Please,
best
hata
out of it.
so that hata wewe ukue kwa hiyo side nyingine tuulize maswali.
Yeah, you know nikikuwa hiyo
I
side
know
nyingine.
you. Wewe utakuwa moderator. I'll make sure you are a moderator. But anyway,
You don't have to be a moderator. No, I know.
ukikuwa moderator ndio utaongea sana.
But anyway, Jimmy, what we have said in conclusion before even Vincent says puts his last remarks is that what we have realized in the politics that is happening right now, if you really want good change and meaningful change for the country, then these political leaders need to form a coalition. Otherwise, they are irrelevant in the political discussion and the discourse right now. If you don't form a coalition, Ruto himself, with power and the presidency, is already going out looking for coalitions with ODM. He's already winding up ANC. ANC is already absorbed in UDA. You know, we didn't have time to discuss that, but I think in my next show we'll discuss the absorption of ANC in UDA. And his target was ODM. ODM, I think, will play hardball to get. They will play hardball, but again, in 2027, that will be a very irrelevant party to run with, because UDA will be having the presidency and the money to run. So most candidates in ODM strongholds will tell you, yes, we are one. You can run in UDA and you can run in ODM. That way, you will have killed ODM completely in some parts of Nyanza region. And that plan only Ruto knows it so well, but people are not looking at it that way. I hope I'm absolutely wrong in my analysis, but Vincent will tell us more about that as he winds up. Vinny, Mheshimiwa,
Yes, sir.
Pika mic.
Nimesikiza my brother Jimmy, we have never engaged together. Sijai engage mtu yote kutoka the camp. I've never had a chance to engage with someone from the camp of Morara. I'm glad he has people that are trying to mold him, because he really needs that. And he really needs a team that, one thing I love about politics is loyalty. And when I told you about my loyalty to the president, it's because we are among the people who saw him campaigning with no money. He fueled cars and gave us tokens from his pocket, because Uhuru Kenyatta and Matiang'i had frozen his accounts and denied him funding. He had to suffer to support us so that we can stay loyal to him and still preserve enough money for campaigns, because he started campaigns quite earlier, and he had to sustain himself through. And I believe Morara is also making friends, because you can't do this thing without money. There's a guy that told Umtata jokingly that you need close to 7.2 billion to run for president. And Umtata joked about it, because he doesn't have the experience of what it takes to run. Because I'm sure even in Busia, he didn't spend much. running for that seat of Senate. Ni yule mtu ana believe in siasa safi, and sometimes siasa can be dirty and he needs a lot of money to clean siasa chafu. So sometimes your people can be paid and you have to pay them double to get them back to you, and you don't have a choice because you're going to lose. That's what you do in the last 3 days. And I want to inform my brother Jimmy that you have gone against me twice and maybe I've beaten you, because 2017 I was now on Tongi's side, because sisi ndio tulisaidia Tongi akafanya vile alifanya, akachukua hiyo kiti kwa Zaire na mapafu, and I was among the team that worked so hard with Jubilee to make sure that we retain the seat, because Tongi is a relative of mine. He is a cousin to my mother, so we were on his side until I realized sometimes in this politics, if you don't have interests, even the family ties cannot help. So I had to cut ties with Tongi, and it was messy. And I warned him that in my ward he's going to score 0, and he scored 0 in 2022. And that's what I say when I say I mean business. I camped in my ward for 6 good weeks, making sure that Tongi does not even get 12 votes in his popular polling station, and we did it with my team. So the reason why I believe even Zaire knows my potential, for as much as I've never looked for him. I don't like to be under someone's pocket. I don't like to be pocketed by anyone, because I don't eat my people's money. I do clean work and I get away. That's why if I decide to work with Morara, I will set my own terms of conditions, because you have to listen to us. If you don't want to listen to us, I'm quitting. That's how I work. And if you don't listen to us, we will leave you to do your own work, because we are the people that are going to be ashamed when you lose, and you are the person who's going to take credit when you win. We are just going to be there to say that we helped you. So as you take the night off to go and meet maybe with your friend Morara, just give him this piece of advice that we've given you here, because in Africa, at least we try to keep things professional and objective, and we try to source for facts. We don't spew propaganda. Yeah, that's why sometimes when I get people insulting me on this platform, I just feel like I should not engage them. I should just wait for the day that I can spew my facts here and inform those people who want to listen to us. And maybe to give my parting shot is that William Ruto is not going to be a pushover, because he still has 2 years to prove to the people that he can do it. And he knows that for as much as he has achieved what nobody believed he could ever achieve, because he was the son of a nobody, as Morara is also. And his father is not as popular as other fathers who have run this country were. He's managed to fill in the shoes of people that we would never thought would have gotten there. And William Ruto is an inspiration to even the likes of Morara, because rising to that seat opened way for us that we don't have, those of us who don't have big names, big surnames. And I believe that that is the urge that the president is going to use again to try and recover from the 2 years that he has been in office. He is trying to resuscitate the economy, and I hope that, as he says, the economy is now in a good state where it can peak. So I hope that in the next 2 years, he's going to work tirelessly to make sure that the numbers that were on his side in 2022 are even more in 2027. So your team, as Muzalendo has advised you, Mr. Jimmy, let Morara be open-minded. Let him open up a door for consultations and discussions with other people. Let him form coalitions with people, but let him not be blind, that he signs things blindly the way some people did with Azimio. Let him focus on the goal. Let him stay objective. Let him not respond to the naysayers, because sometimes when I see him respond to these naysayers, I feel like he's still not ready to do this thing, and he should learn to be presidential, as you said. And we hope that one day when he's here, we will face him with the truth and tell him, if he wants to go for this thing, he must be ready to lose, because losing is painful. I thank you all, and I have a very special night. Na wale ambao mnaenda kazi, nawatakia mema. Mimi nafaa kuenda misa asubuhi, iko saa 1. Nitawaombea nyote. Nimeshukuru sana.
Asante sana, utuombee sana Honorable Vincent Machoka. Guys, you heard it from the horse's mouth. It's not a walk in the park. You cannot just beat William Ruto without being organized. And election is about money. If you are running for the presidential election, lazima kuwe na bilioni 7 kwenda mbele. So Jimmy, uko na kibarua hapo. Your candidate needs to pull up his socks. And guys, on the comment section, I want to say thank you very much. Awesome said that the panelist was one of the greatest panelists that have come on the show. I agree with you. When you have Jimmy, when you have Honorable Vincent, I don't even have to put a disclaimer that whatever is said in this show is not an opinion of a freak. I can say that whatever is said today on this particular forum is an opinion that some of it I concur with absolutely, because they have been on opinions that are relevant to the Kenyan public. They have been very honest in even when it came to shifting goals, like Vincent supports UDA in some ideologies, in some policies. Others is against the issues of taxation. Jimmy, who is in Inject party and chairman of Inject, also says that, my candidate is not a good listener. In fact, he needs to come out and listen to what the people are saying. The people are talking, and they are talking loudly that this country needs change. And the only change that can come is when you talk to other leaders, so that you find one formula and one candidate who can face William Samoei Ruto. With the absence of Raila, I don't think that we still have a very strong candidate who is out there, or any political party that is already out there that can face Raila Odinga. If Wiper can do it with other coalition, then we will have a discussion on this particular forum. But viewers outside there, please come and join Afrique. If you've not subscribed and you've been watching from Tembei platform, please do so, and to subscribe to Afrique 24 so that we can put your comments here and take a chance and come to the panel. Don't fear. Hapa tunaongea lugha ya Kiswahili na Kizungu, na ikizidi sheng saa zingine ikizidi pia tunaingia huko Mugusi, tunaongea lugha ya Kikisii, lugha ya mama. So karibu sana kwa Afrique 24. We will continue bringing for you panelists who can give you information, add some knowledge in the political arena, and also, if you had not made a decision, you can listen to Jimmy and join his political party, the Inject movement. Although Inject has not been registered, but we hope that the registration certificate will come very, very, very soon. Otherwise, I want to thank Awesome once again. Awesome, yes, they have read your comment. The show was great. Let's keep it up. Panelists, you did a good job. Asante sana. Asante sana, Awesome. We had got Edi Afsi, asante sana. Gideon Lugat, Gideon, what did you say? Mtoto alibiwa as DCI. Okay, Gideon, I didn't get that comment. But Gideon Kipto, asante sana for tuning on to Afrique. We had, who else up here? Laban Misiani. Thank you very much. We had got Simba Nataya earlier on. Simba Nataya, thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. Now, guys, we have to wind up, and asanteni sana for coming to Afrique this evening. Tomorrow, again, same time, same place. This is the place you have to be. Asante sana.